In February of this year, 40 cars and drivers lined up at Daytona to start the beginning of a new series, the AWSCO Windows Cup Series for the Daytona 500. Since then, we've had plenty of racing throughout both the United States, North America, and worldwide as well, spanning 4 continents, I believe, of racing. Yes, spanning 4 continents, 5 if you include Australia. Actually, 5 continents of racing over the last 9 months here in the inaugural AWSCO Windows Cup Series, and it's all going to come down to this. Good evening, everyone. I am Rasha. Welcome to the FanDuel Fan Studio here in Homestead, Miami Speedway for race number 40 of the AWSCO Windows Cup Series season 1, the post-season finale, the Straight Talk Wireless 500 at Homestead, Miami Speedway here. 334 laps will decide will be the difference between one of 5 drivers that walk into this race with a chance at winning the first AWSCO Cup Series championship. And with all of that happening, 39 races of stock car motor racing will all come down to this. Every decision will matter in this race for one of Halas Jukovic, Yappy Malikson, Abby Little, Jocelyn Nihale, and Andrea Davison, as all 5 seek to take home the AWSCO Cup Series championship at the end of the season. It's a beautiful afternoon here at Homestead Miami Speedway. The sun is looking to set fairly soon, and as always, an evening sunset to night race, I think, at Homestead Miami is one of, if not the most picturesque way to end a season of motor racing. We've seen it plenty of times before in stock car racing, but now it's AWSCO's turn to decide a champion of their own. And I'm joined here in the studio with Ellie, where after 39 races so far of racing in just the Cup Series, and in terms of just points races, of course, not to include our exhibitions, we've had lots of action, lots of drama, so much good racing to speak of. How do you think this one's gonna go? We have one more week, one more race worth, 500 miles worth of racing, I should say, before we can finally put a wrap on the inaugural season of AWSCO stock car racing in both series. How do you think these drivers are feeling, especially the 5 drivers that are still in the postseason with a chance at winning the title at the end of all of this?
I think the drivers are feeling a mix of emotions right now. I mean, you made it this far, especially some of the drivers who, looking into round 1, thought they didn't even have a chance going past maybe the first couple of rounds of the playoffs. And I think obviously, you're probably really proud of where you kind of like landed yourself in, the position you landed yourself. You're in the final race of the Cup Series, Cup season. But in terms of what you have to do today, you're going to have to race really hard. You're going to have to strategize really hard. It's going to come down to fuel and tires. And there's that other side of your emotions where I think you're not just going to be, taking all of that in. You're also going to be a bit anxious and a bit antsy. And I think you have to not let that get in your head if you want a good race today. And I think the final 5 drivers are probably all going to have a pretty solid race today. But nonetheless, I do think they will have some nerves, especially maybe around the start of the race.
Yeah, the pressure has always been increasing as we've kind of gone through the postseason here, through the first 3 rounds, and all 5 of these drivers, I think, will have a season to be proud of come the end of at the end of this race. But only one of them will walk away with the title, of course. And yeah, the nerves must be unbelievable for those 5 drivers, especially because, especially with just how the postseason has gone for a lot of them. It's been fairly heart-wrenching in a lot of ways. Lots of tense moments where you're potentially looking at those when you're at the end of those at the end of those rounds, at the closing race at the end of each round, those cutoff races where both team and driver are alike, we're looking at the points, trying to figure out where they can get whether or not they can advance to the next round or not. Between these 5 drivers, only 2 of them have ever been were in a position coming into the last into a cutoff race where they were safe effectively, had already advanced through a win. We saw in first round Halasikovich won at Kansas and Andrea Davison won at Oregon. Both of those drivers, of course, heading towards the cutoff race, didn't have too much to worry about. But Davison, I think, has had probably the biggest heart-stopping moment of the season, at least of these 5 drivers that are still here in the postseason. That the race we saw last week at Rockingham, where Andrea Davison, after a 27 and 30th place finish in the first 2 races of the round, effectively needed at least a top 5 performance to have a chance of making this final round, and she ended up winning the race and advancing on that win. And for a driver who's been one of the most consistent all season, it's quite wild, I think, that it came down effectively to a top 5 finish or bust for Andrea Davison. I mean, if you look at her stat line, 3 wins, 11 top 5s, and 18 top 10s. She's been one of the best, most consistent drivers this season. But I think it speaks of the hectic nature of the postseason, that kind of tripping up in 1 or 2 races can put you in a position where you have to perform well. You have to do extremely well, and that's the kind of pressure I think that the 22 team. That's the kind of experience I think that the 22 team can take and learn from this experience, where it's effectively a one and done situation. You have one shot to do your best and get yourself the championship here.
Yeah, and there was points for Andrea Davison where it looked like she was in that either top 5 or win situation multiple times, and she made her way through it. So she is a driver to watch out for this race for sure. And there is plenty to say about the other drivers here. They've all had their up and down moments. No matter how well they performed during the middle of the regular season, or the beginning or the end of it, they've all had their good moments and bad moments, and it's all kind of just came down to this. And going into this race, all of that, you have to look at it 2 ways. Of course you can look at your previous performances and be like, I need to improve upon those today, and it's all coming down to this. But also you can look at those and go, I went through all of that and I'm here right now, so you got to use that as a confidence boost. And don't get too confident behind the wheel and slip up, because then you're just going to hurt yourself more. But you could use it to try and calm those nerves, and making the right decisions. You're going to have your head a little clear on this race.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about seasons where if you want to talk about seasons that kind of been a roller coaster of emotions, I don't think you can go much further than the experience that the driver of the 62, Halasikovich, has had this season. Pretty fresh to stock car racing, coming in with Atlantic Racing and the number 62 team. Wins right off the bat in the Daytona 500, probably the biggest race of the season, the biggest win of her career so far. And for the rest of the regular season, performed fairly decently. Was on that kind of in that kind of top 5, top 10 points race for most of the season. But then it comes out, of course, that for all of these 4-car teams, decisions had to be made. All of these 4-car teams were only allowed to extend with 3 of their drivers come the end of the season, and Atlantic Racing being one of the most stacked teams in the series, with all 4 drivers in the playoffs at that coming to that point at that point in the season, had to kind of make a decision, and Hollis Jukovic found herself on the outside looking in, the only Atlantic Racing driver not to be tendered a contract extension with the team at the end of the season. But despite that, she has performed like nothing, like that's not even on her mind right now. She has been excellent in the last during the postseason, and especially in the last round, finishing 4th, 6th, and 4th in her last 3 races. That's an average finish within the top 5. And on form, I feel like she has to be the favorite to potentially take home the title here. And doing all this while not exactly knowing your situation next season. She might know what teams are looking for her services next season, but so far hasn't been too much in the grapevine that we've heard of. But Jukovic in the 62 will definitely be a Cup Series driver next season. I feel like that is out of the question. Whichever team lands her for next season will be an amazing situation. Even better so if she walks away with the title here at the end of the 500-mile race. And with that, I think we should cover our other 3 championship contenders. Of course, we've looked at Davison and Jukovic, some of the best drivers in terms of wins and top 5s this season, but on outright consistency, I don't think you can beat the likes of Jocelina Nihil and Yapi Malakson, neither of whom have a win this season somehow. But despite that, maintaining 2 of the best average finishes in the series, 15.54 for Malakson and 15.85 for Nihil, which I believe, out of all full-time drivers, 1 and 2 in the series, just ahead of Jukovic. Jukovic with a 15.92 average finish. So those 2 drivers have been the paragon of consistency when it comes to this season, and if you're one of those 2 drivers, do you think at that point, are you thinking of potentially your first win could potentially be the one that seals your first title as well? Is that in your mind right now?
Honestly, I think it could be. They've both came really close to winning so many times, and they had their own situations where they ended up 3rd or 2nd or 4th, or they got pushed out of a draft and got knocked all the way back. They've had their own situations, but here, this could be the one to do it. You end off the entire season and postseason, and you finally get the win at the final, and I feel like that could make a amazing case, and that could make it all feel so much better. So I would not be surprised if they're going to try and do that. I wouldn't count them out at all for that. They've had amazing finishes, but never took it to first place, and this could be the one where they try it.
Yeah. Oddly enough, Yapi Malakson out of 23 doesn't actually have a finish better than 3rd this season. He's finished 3rd 4 times, I believe. 3rd at California, 3rd at Phoenix. Those are 2 early in the season. 3 at Rio de Janeiro in our international tour, and then 3rd most recently at Atlanta in the Super Speedway race in the second race of the final of the 3rd round. As for Nihil, of course, she's had plenty of 2nd place finishes, come close to winning quite a few times already. 2nd place at Pocono, 2nd place at Michigan, and a 2nd place in the playoffs at the short track at North Wilkesboro. So both of them have come very close to winning. They've been snake bitten a few times. Some of those wins I feel like could have been theirs for the taking, and I want to talk about one of those 2nd places for Nihil in particular, because that one links up very well with the story of our 5th and final championship contender. Let's take a look at that Michigan race earlier in the middle of the season. The Henry Ford Health 400. Nihil was locked in a duel with our 5th and final championship contender, the 71 of Abby Little of MNC Racing, who at that point of the season, coming into that race, had just one other top 5 to her name at Phoenix, a 5th place finish. Little, of course, with that win, qualified for the playoffs, but many drivers, I feel like, They kind of written her off as an early elimination, but since then she has persevered, making it through all 3 rounds of the postseason. Some with only 2 top 10s and 1 top 5 to her name. But despite all that, she has plenty of races, plenty of finishes within the top 20. 2 15th place finishes in the second round, 13th and 12th in the third round. When it comes to consistency, we talk about Nihil and Malix in the entire season, but Abby Little has been right with those two throughout the postseason. And despite her fairly lackluster stat line compared to our other 4 championship contenders, I feel like the 71 of Little has to be taken as seriously as every other one of these drivers in the championship conversation right now. It is after all a winner takes all race. So I feel like anything could happen, and given how far we've gone this season, anything can happen, and typically anything does happen.
Yeah, I would agree with your point completely. You can't look at any car in the race for the championship any differently, especially Abby Little, honestly, because when push comes to shove, every single time she does what she needs to do to stay in. And if push comes to shove this race, if she really wants the championship, who can really say that she won't do it? So that's the thing. You have to take everybody here seriously. You have to race them like they're at the same skill as you are, if not better. And that's the way you're going to make a true run for the championship here.
Yeah, and I think all 5 of these drivers will be treating their competition like that as well. All of them have had their challenges to get to this point, and well, I don't think there's much that can really stop them, considering how far they've gone this season. Let's take a quick look at our starting lineup here. On pole, it's Eva Yarsaraj in the number 98 Ford Mustang for Mason Parker Motorsports, alongside her one of the Atlantic Racing cars, the 34 of Mika Haurina. Row 2, Bria Delade in the Dark Horse Racing Ford starts alongside Xiaomi McJasmine in the number 6 car. Row 3, another Atlantic Racing car, the 32 of Cynthia Raristoun, alongside the 16 driven by Vinny Schultz this weekend. We've seen Schultz pretty often in the Cup side of the Toyota garage, kind of serve as the de facto reserve driver for Southwest Racing for all of this season. Made an appearance in injury relief already in that 16 car earlier this season at Denver, and finished in the top 20. Lots of rumors, of course, regarding potential promotion to the Cup Series for Vinny Schultz. We'll see if that does become true for Vinny, who's had a very impressive season driving for Inverness Racing in the AWSCO Continental Series. Qualifies 6th here on the outside of row 3. Row 4, the 17 of Paisley Uria continues her run of good form in the number 17 Ozark car since joining that team in that car. Coming off of a 14th place finish at Rockingham. Another solid run, kind of taking that 17 car to new heights this season. Starts alongside Angeli Rugatino in the number 96 car. And rounding out your top 10, it's a pair of Hondas, Fabrizio Tolaron and Rachel Cole in the 15 and 52 respectively. Have you noticed there? None of our championship contenders are in the top 10, but our first car is not far back. Hollis Jukovic starts 11th on the inside of row 6. Our next 2 playoff drivers start on the outsides of row 8 and 9 respectively. That's Yapi Malixon and Jocelyn Nihil. The fourth of our championship contenders is Abby Little. Starts on the outside of row 14. That will be 20th place. And our final championship contender is Andrea Davison, who starts on the inside of a row 16. That's 31st place. Far behind kind of those two, Little and Davison, are starting pretty far behind the rest of the field, the rest of their peers in the championship hunt. But as we saw in the Continental Series race, it doesn't really matter where you start, as long as you have a good car that can make passes and run consistently fast. You will be able to get up there, past the field, past cars, and make a run at the championship, as we saw with the likes of Freya von Lundqvist and Deborah Williams, and in the Continental race. Started at the back, had very good race pace cars and were there in the top 10 at the end. And any final notes, Ellie, before we send it over to the booth?
I am excited to see every single car that is in the field right now make a run for the race win, and the championship drivers make a run for the championship.
Yeah, 500 miles of racing awaits us, and one of these drivers will walk away with the inaugural AWSCO Cup Series championship. Thank you for joining us here in the FanDuel Fan Studio. Echo and Liam will be calling the commentary from Homestead Miami today. We'll see them in the booth, and as for us, we'll see you guys in the mid-race report later on, of course. And hopefully, we'll have a great race here that awaits us, and lots of racing awaits here at Miami. Over to you, Echo.
And welcome to the Homestead Miami Speedway in Homestead, Florida. We're about 30 to 40 minutes south of Miami in southern Florida, where the championship will be decided. It's going to be a classic one here as these drivers get set to start the Straight Talk Wireless 500. 334 laps, 500 miles of racing. It's going to be so much fun watching these cars race, not only each other for the win, but also watch the championship drivers compete for that title. I'm joined by Liam in the booth tonight. Liam, how you doing, and what do you think we might expect from this one?
I'm doing great, Echo. I mean, Homestead Miami is such an interesting racetrack. Strategy is insanely important here with the way the tires wear out, with the way the racing line develops from the bottom to the top of the racetrack. You can run the top early, but there's just as much momentum down low, and as soon as those tires wear out, you gotta shift up top, so you gotta be able to run multiple lines at this racetrack. It's very wide, it's very forgiving, but at the same time unforgiving, because if you mess up in a corner, you're ready to lose a lot of time. So this is going to be one track that's going to test all 5 of the championship drivers and everybody else in the field to see who comes out and is truly the best in show.
Yeah, and an incredibly fun track. This track's super wide. We saw it in the Continental Series race yesterday. 0 yellow flags. You can get away with quite a bit here, but you don't want to take too much of that for granted. Let's go through our starting grid for the finale. Row 1, Ajar Siraj. Ava Ajar-Siraj in the 98, alongside the 34 of Mika Haurina. Row 2, Bria Delade in the 55, alongside the 6 of Jami McJasmina. Row 3, the 32 of Sinlia Rariston, and the 16, Vinny Schultz stepping into this car for this week, after Sky and Jeddah and Southwest Racing parted ways earlier after Rockingham. Row 4, the 17, Pace Linieria, alongside the 96 of Angeli Rugatino. Row 5, the 15 of Tabrizia Tolerone, and the 52 of Rachel Cole. Row 6, there's your first of the championship contenders, Halis Jukovic. She won at Kansas another 1.5 miles earlier in the season. She also won at Richmond and Daytona. Jukovic has experience on 1.5 miles and has one-on-one, so I think that's something you've got to really pay attention for. She's alongside the 27, Nietzsche Garnston. Row 7, the 8 of Lauri Schliesenbach, and the 26 of Sophie Chantazé. Row 8, the 46 of Yen Fioniga, and the 23, Yapi Malikson. Malikson's best finish this year, a 3rd place, has not won a race, but she's still got that chance for that title. Row 9, the 2 of Isa Ijavida, and Jocelyn Nihale in the 64. Nihale with 3 second-place finishes this year. She's come close so many times. She's still got a shot at winning the championship. Row 10, the 92 of Mikhail Yatica, and the 42, Mila Chestina. Row 11, the 82 of Katrin Edelstein, and the 10 of Adi Stoneman. Row 12, the 39, Lily Talberson, and the 31, Taylor Happeman. Row 13, the 19 of Arlen Handstrom, and the 13 of Yanni Waterton. Row 14 is the 20 of DeGabri Abriella, and our 4th championship contender, Abby Little, winner at Michigan. Row 15, the 38, Youngwei Koo, and the 9 of Carly Byrne. Row 16, last week's winner, Andrea Davison, won her way into the championship round. She's got some work to do to get to the front, but that is not impossible. We saw Freya von Lundqvist come from deeper yesterday in the Continental race to win the championship. She starts alongside Irina Tosima. Row 17, the 18 of Perry Alicantes, and the 3 of Mimi Barino. Row 18, the 21 of Amani Wandile, and the 72 of Janet Parkings. Row 19, the 99 Marie Chevelbos, and the 1 of Alicia Vancy. And in row 20, the 60 of Amory Wesco, and the 91 of Alicia Byrne. We've got just a few minutes here until we get set here to fire the engines from Homestead. What do you think the keys to this race are going to be for any of these drivers not in that championship fight? And what do you think the keys to winning the title are going to be for the ones who are?
keys for everybody's going to be patience. It's a long race, 500 miles, more than most races run at Homestead. Maybe any race run at Homestead. This might be the longest. And with multiple pit stops, multiple tire changes, strategy changes, and the changing track temperature with the day-to-night transition here, you've got a lot on your plate that's going to make it almost impossible to win the race early. And that it's just going to come down to strategy. We saw it in the Continental race with pit strategy. We've seen it in races before with pit strategy. Your pit crew also needs to be on point.
Yeah, strategy was a major deciding factor yesterday in the Continental Series race. It came down to a late pit cycle where every one of the championship cars had to come down pit road, and it wound up being Freya van Lundqvist who had the best strategy, not only in that pit cycle, but also coming into the pit cycle as well. All right, the engines are about to be fired here. These cars are about to roll. Eva Ajarsaraj and Mika Harina will lead them to the green. Ajarsaraj, Harina, out at the front of the field. I mean, what do you think? Do you have any pre-race championship picks?
I mean, with everyone's got their championship favorites, but from an unbiased journalistic perspective, it's anybody's race to win or lose. There's so much time left. It'd be impossible to make picks just based off of where drivers have finished to start the season, where drivers have finished throughout this season. Everyone's been good at a rotation of tracks. The experience has shown through in these five, and I think any of them could win.
Yeah, and we had to reset there real quick because we had multiple cars that had mechanical issues before the green flag. So, Ajarsaraj and Harina, the front two. These two drivers both with multiple wins this season. Ajarsaraj on a couple road courses, and Mika Harina on a mile and a half at Motegi, actually, which done's pretty similar to this one, actually. But the two championship drivers that have wins at a mile and a half, Yukovic, who won at Kansas, Davison won at Charlotte and Oregon. And one of the pretty high bank track at Rockingham. Green flag is out. We're racing for the championship at Homestead.
It's a pretty even start on all rows. No one jumping out early and dead heat coming to turn one here with both of the leaders. Looks like, no, I was going to say Ava's got the advantage, but Mika Harina going to edge out in front here in turns 3 and 4.
Here comes Delad 3 wide to the inside. The 34 is going to have the lead. As we cross the start-finish line, it is Mika Harina who will lead the first lap. And that outside lane is just the stronger lane here at the start of the race. But you can make the bottom work at this point in time still. Okay, we're having technical issues here. Give me a moment. We have apparently lost the feed from the track here, so we're under technical difficulties here from the racetrack here at Homestead. So we will be back as soon as we can. And we'll get it down to the studio for you. We will be getting it down to the studio here for you during this delay.
I'm not sure what just happened there. We've seemingly lost the feed all of a sudden. That's a suboptimal way to start this broadcast for everyone, but welcome back to the FanDuel Fan Studio.
I think it's the humidity, you know, like it's just interfering with like
this is true. Well, we'll have to see here. We'll just have to see. We'll see. Just have to see what happens here. This might take a little while to fix here. But while we're here, we'll do a little discussion. Of course, we'll do a little discussion on the strategy aspect. We mentioned the strategy of, I think Liam mentioned the strategy of the race, kind of coming into the race. We saw what happened at the begin. We saw what happened in the Continental Series race, of course, where we had tire wear kind of become a factor at least late on in the in the run. Obviously, tire wear at the beginning of the race won't be too much of a factor, and we'll see that of course this race will be a pretty busy pack style race in the first kind of opening first half of the run. But especially in this first run, you'll eventually start to see smaller packs, about 10 cars, kind of forming up at the middle of the in the middle to the end of the run, and that's where tire wear is gonna come in. Gonna kick in and start being really important. So for those drivers that are starting out a little bit further back or might not have a super fast car to start the race, it might be prudent to start your tire a little bit here, to save your tires a little bit, to kind of make a run to the front of the pack at the beginning of at the end of the run. And of course, fuel will be a concern as well. We saw what happened in the Continental race. Fuel was a big concern. Obviously, that race was projected to be a 2-stop race. With the intervention of literally one caution, it would have been so, but we ended up having our first fully green flag race in any of the AWSCO series, and that kind of created a very late third cycle of pit stops. That was kind of the final wrench in the championship hunt. Although that didn't really end up affecting the leader at the beginning, at the end of the cycle itself. But obviously for these drivers, anything can happen strategy wise, and we're about to get back to the race here soon, and we'll rejoin the booth with Echo and Liam very quickly here, as we'll get back to racing as quickly as possible.
And we're underway from Homestead Miami Speedway. And Ajar Siraj with a very good start here. And that 98 car managed to get pretty well ahead of the 55 and 34.
Watch that 55 though. Probably going to have a head of steam heading down into the inside in turns 3 and 4. But I do know the top is pretty strong in those last corners. So interesting watch. You're dead heat side by side coming off the turn.
Ooh, I think the 98 might have got that.
Was it Zarsaraj?
98 did in fact get it, yes.
Just barely.
If you're looking at those championship cars, there's Jukovic. Jukovic the lead car of them, obviously, but that just comes from having that good starting position. Look further back in the field, there's where Abby Little is. You see there's where Andrea Davison is. And there's where the two drivers without wins that are in this championship are Malikson and Nihil.
3 wide, we were almost 4 wide for a second there, and it's still dead even in front of this field.
That time it was Delad who had the lead at the start-finish line. And it could very well end up being the 55 who manages to get out front for good here, but it's going to take a bit, and nope, she's going to get it here, and the 55, Rita Lod, will take the lead now. Alice Jukovic, who's in the 62, kind of been shuffled to the outside, and again, in this early run, you can make the top work. The top has more momentum going with it, but the bottom lane, you can just kind of pick up more. You can just run down on the bottom lane a little bit more and just, you know, you can force the grip down there if you need to. Cynthia Rariston in the 32 car, looking to try to take the lead. Cynthia Rariston, this is a very interesting stat. Ever since she was eliminated from the playoffs, she has not finished outside of the top 10. 6 consecutive races she's finished in the top 10. In fact, her worst finish since being knocked out of the playoffs is a 9th place last week at Rockingham. She's looking to keep that run going.
Yeah, strong season prior to the playoffs. Obviously, once that points reset happens, you're on your own, but a really strong season from that 32 team. Really impressed with her all year around. She's bringing it up front here at Homestead.
And she's led that lap ahead of the 55 there, although the 55 still with her. They're going 4 wide here, back there with Stoneman, Yuria, Schliesenbach, and Rachel Cole.
They're a little swirly in turn 2.
That was a bit closer than I think a lot of us would like to see. They're still 4 wide over here.
Back to 3 off of turn 4.
Back to 3 off turn 4, although the 17 may actually end up diving it down 4 wide and put the 10 car in the middle with the 8 this time. So they've just kind of traded places.
As they did, more 4 wide further back.
62 continues to slip back, and you see the 64 as ahead of the 23 right here. A lot of those championship cars in the middle of that as they're 4 wide here as well. The 62 with the 2. And they're 4 wide as well with the 18, the 82, the 64 trying to get around the outside of the 62 for the championship lead. And Nihale now to the front of the title race.
You don't need to win the race to win the championship. You just need to be the fastest out of those 5.
Look at who's going for the lead. Vinny Schultz in the 16 car. In a makeup role this week for Sky and Jetta, who left the team. Schultz running very well in the 16 car already.
Schultz, a strong driver in her own right. Was in the Continental Series this season, and take over that 16 car. She's gonna lead the lap here.
She will lead the lap. So bonus point for Vinny Schultz, although it's not like she needs one. See, there's a second in the championship. That might actually be changing hands here, because here comes Abby Little in the 71.
Third, 4th or 5th car back of this championship 5. Couple laps ago. Now she's up to potentially 2nd.
Yeah, she'll get to 2nd. She sent it 4 wide, but she made it stick.
Stick on the bottom. That's what I was talking about with that strategy earlier on. Making that low line work while the tires are still fresh and they can stick down there, and then eventually finding that speed up top. You don't want to use it up too early though.
It's Vinny Schultz in the 16 right now, hounded by the 2 Dark Horse Racing cars of Rugatino and Delade. And you can see there's where Jocelyn Nihale is, moving up through the field. Abby Little is back in here. You can see Halis Jukovic now slipped to 3rd in that championship of those championship cars. Andrea Davison still at the back of the field of the championship drivers. And Jocelyn Nihale now battling with some of these cars to try to get into the top 10. And I have a feeling that you're going to have to finish at least in the top 10 if you're going to win this title. And honestly, maybe not even that. I think the only reason it was so low in the Continental race is because we had that strategy at the end of the race. Where Freya von Lundqvist had to come down pit road. Everybody had to come down pit road, but von Lundqvist managed to get out pit road the best of everyone.
But that Monster Energy 71 is making a charge for potentially taking the championship lead here.
She is closing up.
Aggressive move there under the 27.
4 wide, yet again.
It's thick though.
'64 now into the top 10. And I mean, all of these drivers, all of the drivers in the championship race have performed just very well all season. I mean, the 71 might really be the only exception to that, but she has still turned it up late in the season or whenever it's mattered. And Abby Little is not anything of a candidate to be scoffed at here. She has a very fast team. She has a very fast car.
Not to be scoffed at all. And I mean, she won in Michigan, which, well, a much larger racetrack, is one of those tracks where you can run the low or the high lane depending on where the grip is. Very similar racing strategy we see to what's popular at Homestead. I mean, you look to NASCAR with Kyle Larson's success at Michigan, and then his famous Larson line around the top at Homestead, Miami. It really translates well, even off of a 2-mile racetrack. So, wouldn't be surprised to see Abby Little up at the front in this race.
Nihil now moving up. She's battling with Bria DeLont. She's looking to get into the top 5 here.
Sort of stuck on the top side. Lost of race cars.
Little's kind of up. Yeah, she's kind of still stuck on the high lane at the moment, but everybody else is kind of stuck, just dropping back right now. The 2 red racing cars in this child fight are back here. That's where Malikson and Davison are. In fact, Davison scored 32nd last time by at the line. Yappy Malikson 28th, and actually may end up dropping. May end up dropping even further.
64. Maybe the top 3.
And that 64 has got to be the early favorite. But again, remember what happened to the early favorite in the Continental race. That was Cassidy Jones. Jones was up front for a good chunk of that race. Stayed out a little too long, ran into a lap car, and just took out her chances of winning the race. All in that one moment. So it is... I don't know if being the early favorite is particularly the greatest strategy.
No, patience matters here instead. You can run well at the start of the race, but the only thing that's going to matter is where you finish after lap 334. So, only 19 laps into this, 18 laps into this race. We're on lap 19 now. Plenty of time for things to change.
Angeli Rugatino finally gets clear of Schultz. The 96 car has taken the lead. 16's trying to go to the outside. 64 is trying to go to the inside. They're going to be 3 wide for the race lead.
Off the corner, it's going to be Schultz who has the run on the top side.
Well, for Jocelyn Nihil, one thing I think she knows she wants to do is lead this race.
Right now, it's looking like the bottom to middle is better in 1 and 2, but the top side's better coming off of turn 4. So, really balanced in terms of what racing line is going to be the strongest to run. Obviously, top side's going to be better with the runs that you get off of there, but at the moment, you can run it's going to be successful.
I mean, again, it doesn't really matter what position Nihil is in, as long as she's ahead of the other 4. And there's the 71 of Abby Little. She was in the top 10 for a brief minute, although she's dropped back outside of it now. Andrea Davison has gotten past Yappy Malikson. So the 22's up to 4th in the title race. She's trying to close in on the 62 of Alice Jukovic now. And now Nihil's going to look to try to take it 4 wide on the leaders.
96 all the way up at the top. Look at the run that Home Depot car got.
The 96 of Angeli Rugatino. Trying to hang on to the lead. It's been a lot of shuffling up front so far. Now here comes the 10 of Audie Stoneman, though, trying to get out to the front of the field. And Stoneman yet to win this season. We thought that Stoneman might have gotten the win at Calder Park, but that one was pretty much a battle in court over who actually got to win that race. And Rugatino eventually was determined the winner. Nihil still trying to pressure these cars and trying to get to the front. Davison's gotten past Jukovic for 3rd, and Davison is starting to close in on the group that includes the 71.
Cluster of slower cars. She's going to need to get out of that if she wants to advance back to the front of this field. Or advance to the front of this field, I should say. She wasn't quite up there yet. before she started dropping back.
64 has kind of moved up to the top lane right now, and I think she's just kind of trying to slow it down, bide her time. Again, I still think I would be worried. I think the 22 could be that one driver who gets the biggest play. Look at the tracks Davieson's won at this season. Charlotte, Oregon, Rockingham, all tracks very similar to this one. High tire wear, high banking, lots and long tracks that are about 1.5 miles in size, although Rockingham is a little bit shorter. Davieson has been very, very good on exactly this kind of racetrack. And that's what I think would scare people the most.
She's shown going from 5th in the championship standings to almost up to 2nd now. She's on the rear bumper of the 71.
And Davieson is pressuring that 71 car for the 2nd position in the championship race. Nihale is sitting in 3rd behind the 2 leaders of Stoneman and Rugatino. Nihale's got her teammate with her in Cinlia Rariston as well in the 32 car.
Hornet's nest right now.
Side by side for 2nd in the title race. Davieson to the bottom on the 71. See, Halis Jukovic has dropped back a fair bit. So has Yappy Malikson. Malikson is fallen back to 30th. Meanwhile, the top 2 still continue to be side by side. I will say Vinny Schultz is one of those drivers who's been rumored to be at some cup rides. I feel like this performance, regardless of how she finishes, she's led laps in this car. She's run up front with this car through the start of this race. That's just something I think any team is going to be taking note of and has to be impressed by. Stoneman back out to the front ahead of the 96, and they may actually end up finally single filing out. 22 has gotten past the 71. Although the 71's still on the inside lane, maybe potentially kind of trying to relitigate this battle. She goes way to the inside, trying to take it 4 wide on some of those cars up there.
30 laps into this run.
You can kind of push it to the inside a fair bit here, but you don't want to be pushing it to the inside too much, because otherwise, well, you get too far to the inside, especially late on the tires, that's just gonna hurt. That's just gonna hurt you.
Once you get late into that tire run, once the tires really start to fall off, that's when that inside lane is borderline unusable.
How about Arenia Tosum in the 93 car? Still running pretty solidly right now in this car. I mean, she had a pretty abysmal final round, 3rd round of the playoffs, so she's not in the championship fight, but Tosuma still wants to get another win. Pick up that 5th win of the season. She's looking pretty solid right now. Abby Little's starting to move up. I believe she's in 11th place right now. There's the fight for 4th place in the championship. Yappy Malikson and Halis Jukovic. Malikson at 29th. Jukovic at 28th. Last time by they were scored. And we saw in the Continental race as well yesterday with Freya van Lundqvist started well back in the field, started back at 34th, but she had made her way to the top 10 in about in about 20 laps. Just kind of played her lines right. Here comes the 60 of AWSCO, by the way. This car is one I'm not really sure anybody expected to be up here. The 60 car, AWSCO, last ever race for Gulf Racing. AWSCO trying to send this team off, hopefully with that win that they have wanted all season.
It's fourth right now, but she's got speed, so gonna be a car to watch as we go deeper into this run.
96 car takes the lead back from the 10. Here comes the 60 trying to take second away.
Really good run on the top side. Look at that. It's like a shot out of a cannon there.
A huge run for AWSCO. And in fact, she may end up trying to get the lead here from Rugatino. We know Wesco's technically staying with this team next season. That's moving to be Yokin Racing Enterprises, owned by Jay Yokin. The equipment is going to be rebadged to Toyotas. Wesco's staying with the team slot. And she's going to take the lead away on the high side. What a rocket run by AWSCO to get to the lead. More battling back here. 12th and 13th, as it stood right then, was 71 and 22. And if you go further back, there's 30th and 29th, which is the 23 and 62, who are fighting for 4th in the championship, as it stands.
It's 3 wide back in front of us.
3 wide for the lead, as here comes the 96 and the 10. Trying to fight back on AWSCO. 96 has got it.
Wesco switches right back up to the top side.
Yeah, I don't think Rugatino can fight that off.
That 60 is lethal off of turn 4 there.
96 held on to the start-finish line at the very least. You can see just how strong AWSCO is on the high side right now. Rugatino's still challenging, but there's second place in the title race, which has changed once again. Davison has taken it back. Davison now up to 12th ahead of Little. And I think it very well could be a fight between the 64, 22, and 71 this whole way through.
I think starting to lose a bit of ground.
64 just hasn't been able to hold with the leaders for this last little while. 64 has been good, but she's just kind of been slipping off the leaders. But to be fair, she's in a really good track position at the moment. And that is, at the moment, what matters. See Andrea Davison trying to take the outside line on Alicia Byrne in the 91, and she is going to rocket by. Byrne trying to fight back on the inside. But again, the outside lane, especially deep into the run like this, is just going to have more momentum.
Single filing out. I was about to say we're getting into this tire run where it's going to be down to conserving as much speed as you can to make sure that you're still in a pretty decent position heading into that first pit cycle. And
Davison now trying to fight with Alicia Byrne for the 11th spot and maybe see if she can get up to 10th. And make it 2 championship round cars in the top 10. There's Davison, still fighting with the 91 at the moment, but she's finally going to get clear. And in fact, I think what the 22 might end up doing now, try to jump to the inside, see if you can stick your nose in this 32 and 8 fight right now. There's Nihil trying to make moves. See that Rigatino got the lead back. AWSCO's still in second. Tosima is third. There's Nihil in fourth. How about Carly Byrne in the 9 car running 5th at the moment? This car looks pretty strong, actually.
Sorry, haven't mentioned her yet today, but yeah, the 9's looking really quick. A couple of ERR cars at the front of this pack.
Yeah? I mean, these kind of tracks have been pretty beneficial for the ERR team over the year. See Irenia Tosima trying to run the outside and get by AWSCO. Same with Carly Byrne on the 64. And the 10 car now being shuffled.
Side now, the 91 and again gets past her.
I mean, Davison just seems kind of stuck at the moment. I feel like there's not really many places that Davison is able to go right now without getting stuck behind somebody. I think this 22 is fast. In fact, I think this 22 is probably faster than a lot of these cars.
I mean, again, it's early. She might just be conserving the tires as well.
Yeah.
Not getting too aggressive in this first run, managing what the team can look at after that first pit stop for strategy adjustments.
Tosima trying to run the outside to get past Rigatino, looking for the race lead. Davison is finally getting clear of the 8 car, or clear of the cars behind her, but now she's got to get around to the top side of the 8 car of Schliesenbach. Yeah, she'll do that pretty solidly, actually. Tosima still trying to get past this 96.
Really good run into the corner by the 96, but we'll see Tosima on the outside coming out. It's still going to be a side-by-side fight. Here comes Byrne in the 9.
Oof, I think the 96 still had it that time. But it was just by a tiny fraction. There goes Davison up by on the top side of Rariston. And now I think as long as Davison can get clear of some of these cars back here, I think this 22 has a much better shot at getting to the 64. And yeah, she's quite clear. And the 93 is still not going to be able to lead a lap, although she is still trying on the outside of Rigatino going into the corners here. Tosima seems to kind of be getting the brakes in a little bit earlier than the 96 has. And I think that's kind of costing her at the moment.
Late in this run.
There's some of the cars that are kind of tailing off at the back of the field. Jukovic is one of them. This 62 just does not have that much pace right now. 23 is at least holding on to the front part of this field. But right now, Halis Jukovic looking like it very well could be a disappointing championship run in the final race after having so much momentum going in. Meanwhile, change to the lead. The 9 car of Carly Byrne is out front. as they're 3 wide for second at the moment.
On that championship lead, but in striking distance to where a few solid laps will get her right up there. Which, as we head even closer towards that pit cycle, I think that's going to be a strong thing to keep an eye on, as well as just managing your distance to the rest of your championship competitors, making sure you don't lose any ground on the pit cycle. You have some flexibility.
Well, and I think as well, if we can get through a full pit cycle like we did with the Continental race, that's when you're going to start to see the tire differences are going to kick in, because even just 2 to 3 laps of tire difference between the 2 and the 42 last night was what made the difference. They were only split by about 4 laps on tires. Van Lundqvist was able to come from about 17th in the field, 10 seconds behind the 2 car, and ran her down at the end of the run, and that was what made the difference in getting her the championship. More so than I think the initial pit stop than the final pit stop did. Davison still clear of the 3 car. Barino was giving her a bit of a look there, but I think Davison's still trying to run that top side just a little bit cleaner. 3 car looks to the inside again. You see here is Rigatino trying to take the lead once more on Carly Byrne.
Changes back and forth at the front of this field as well. We're in for a really good battle all night long. Not even just for the race.
Absolutely. And you've got the 22, and you've got second and third in this championship still pretty close to the front right now, and still probably, I think, with a solid enough shot. Nihil's running the top lane, trying to get past Tosuma and Stoneman. So get past the 10 for sure. See if she can get past the 93 though. Davison's dropped to 10th, behind the 3. The 71 is back behind the 22, and she's battling with the 91 of Alicia Byrne. Here's where AWSCO is right now. You've got Carly Byrne right rocketing around the outside again to stay ahead of the 96.
Staying up top, maybe trying for the lead of this race. That would be
again. Remember as well with leading the race. It doesn't award you any bonus points if you're one of the drivers in the championship race. Little has taken 10th away now from Davison.
for second, continuing on here.
Battle for second, which could become the battle for the lead. Any of these cars can get some pretty solid runs. You see Nihil trying to get second. She's still in third, though, at the moment. Right behind that 96. Well, to the outside of that 96. The 64 of Nihil. Still holding on, trying to get third. Davison had a big run to get into. She just moved way past a bunch of these cars. So I think Davison might have done one of those classic send it in the corner on the low lane. You can only really do that a couple times. You do it too much and the tires just don't have enough grip to do it anymore. And I think Davison has been very, very smart with trying to use that. And now she's not only gotten around the 3, but also the 98, and maybe trying to get around the 60 and the 16 as well with it as well. But again, we're approaching the pit window right now. We're going to see in about 5 to 8 laps. Probably some kind of pit stops. Harley Burns still fighting with Rigotino at the front of the field. See Davison trailing Vinny Schultz at the moment.
Field thinning out, but I mean, not a lack of action in the pack still. Right at the front, we got a battle for the lead. We got battles pit stops.
Oh, here comes everybody down pit road. 64, I see. I think the 22's in. I think the 71 is in. The 23 is going to stay out another lap. 62 is going to do the same. So the two championship contenders right now off the pace at the moment. Going to try to stay out another lap and hope that they can gain that pace back.
Where that strategy comes in. Teams will come down, they'll look at the cars, they'll see where that tire wear is sitting after these 60 laps, and make adjustments based on that.
64 is going to beat the 93 and 96 out, and I don't even know where the 9 has gone. Did the 9 stay out? The 9's spending a decent while. I think the 9 may have, in fact, ended up staying out and coming in a second time. The 64 just beat everybody else off pit road, though, of that group that just came in.
Championship, but the 22 did have a great stop as well.
Yep, 23 is in. I don't know if the 62 is in. 62 is going to stay out another lap here.
64 guy held up by a car coming to pit road.
That's the 19 of Arlen Handstrom. Right now, the leader scored is the 1 of Alicia Vancy. 62 is still out there on track. You see, there's the 1. I think she's going to be coming in this time. There's the 93 and 64. And this is a mess as they're trying to get through that car pitting. The 62. That slowed up the 9. Here comes the 22 with a big run.
Davison now to, I believe, his original second.
I believe that, in fact, the top 2 are going to end up being the top 2 in the championship. And it's going to be the 64 and 22 leading the way in this race. I don't know where the 71 cycled out, but she did not cycle out nearly as good.
A lot of work to do for that 71.
And yes, the 64 and 22, 1 and 2 right now, exiting the pit road. Obviously, the 62 scored the leader. In fact, she will get credit for leading a lap, but she has to. She obviously had to come down pit road, so she's going to drop well back. Nihil the leader. Davison is second.
This keeps up. These two being the 2 fastest cars on the day. The battle for the race win and the championship. With what we've seen at the front of this field from everybody so far is going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, and with these top 2 now, being the top 2 in the championship as well, it is anyone's game. Abby Little in 14th right now. How about Marisha Vebels just moved up to 13th? She was pretty well back in the field. She's managed to gain a lot of positions from how the pit stops cycled out. There's the 62 of Yukovic in 40th place, dead last. And then Yapi Malikson stayed out long as well. She's back in 36th. We are about to see these top 2 battling not only for the lead, but for the championship as well. And the 71 of Abby Little, just not a good stop for that team. I mean, she was in about 11th place. She dropped back to 14th. Man, meanwhile, Andrea Davison went from about 7th or 8th on track all the way up to second.
It's a warm state in Florida, and it's been all warm colors, paint scheme-wise, at the front of this field. Red, yellow, orange have pretty much been the leaders all day long.
Yeah, and look, and even going back to 7th place, you can kind of see that, because there's Amani Wandayo in the 21. Her last race in this car, we know she's not coming back to this team next year.
I think it's actually mostly red cars through, I think, most of the top 10, if not.
That is, I think 3 of the 4 red racing cars are in the top 7 right now. Yes, because Davison is at second.
I meant paint color wise, but yes, also red racing is doing very well, just not the car they need to do well today.
Well, not one of them. I mean, the other one's doing pretty good though. And I mean, for Jocelyn and Nihil, if it turns out to be another 2nd place finish, and it ends up coming in this race, and it comes to a driver who already has 3 wins and maybe would be 4 in that case, I would be heartbroken. I mean, Nihil has driven her heart out all season long. The 64 car has been one of the best. And it's just been coming up short, coming up short, coming up short every time. And now, right now, it looks like it's the 22 and 64, not only in the battle for the drivers' championship, but maybe for that owners' championship as well. Because keep in mind, there's 4 cars still in the mix for the owners' championship, and that's between the 23, 62, 64, and 22. All 4 of those cars in the championship 5 as well.
Speaking of the 22, if we look back to that previous run, we saw that Andrea Davison has incredible long run speed, especially compared to the 64 of Jocelyn and Nihil. You gotta wonder if Nihil's holding on to the lead for now, taking advantage of that clean air, knowing that 22 is going to be hounding her in a few laps.
It's very possible, and I think Davison kind of is just keeping back at the moment. And I would not be surprised if kind of was seeing that the 22 was holding back. Carly Byrne really trying to get past this 22, or trying to get at least side by side. Burns trying to get to the inside of Davison, and Davison's still using that high side to keep ahead. And that was something we saw Davison at the start of the race really didn't really make that much move forward. It took her about 15 laps for the car to kick in, but when it kicked in, oh boy, this 22 car got fast. Still holding off the 9 car of Carly Byrne for now, though. And you've got Audie Stoneman sitting in 4th right now, so you have a teammate. You have a teammate to Davison's in this top 5. The closest teammate you get to Nihil's is Cindy Rarison, who's running 10th, in kind of the second group back here. And this group does have Abby Little in it. You want to find Yapi Malixon, you got to go pretty far back. Yapi Malixon, I think, still is scored in 36th position at the moment, and she doesn't really have the draft off anybody, so that's hurting her even more. And I think that's the thing for Halis Jukovic and Yapi Malixon. What they really needed to do was come in early. They didn't need to come in late like they did, and that, I think, has set them even further back than they really need to be set back.
For sure that it was a bad strategy call that forced that issue, and when you're already pretty far back in the field, making it's a risk that you can try and take early, but might end up breaking.
Here comes the 22. Look at this run she's getting. And I think that's something you were saying. It takes a little bit for the 22 car to kick in. And I was saying it takes about 15 laps. We're about 15 laps after that pit stop. She is all over the 64 right now. Trying to take this lead away. For Davison, I mean, you don't really have to make that pass right now, but there's going to be a point. There's going to be a point where you do have to make that pass.
Doesn't need to be soon, but it has to be a point where you can. You don't want to lose that opportunity and not get it back.
Yeah. And it depends on what Davison decides she wants to do. No help coming from behind for Davison. She's going to have to make this as we have a caution out on the track. The 3 car of Mimi Barrino is stopped on the back straightaway. The yellow flag is out. That is some kind of mechanical issue for Mimi Barrino. And the 3 car has brought out our first caution of the weekend.
Surprising thing to say. It literally would be literally any other weekend, and surprising this weekend considering we haven't had, I don't think, a caution-free race at all this season in AWSCO.
Yeah, until the Continental race.
And unfortunately, that count will stay at 1.
It will stay at 1, and it will be 1 for this whole season. So
this is good for those cars we were talking about, Malixon and the 62.
Halas-Jukovic.
Halas-Jukovic, thank you. Gives them a fresh chance at a restart on strategy, potentially some positions gained on pit road. On top of that, gets them back into the mix with the rest of the field.
So everybody's coming down pit road, and that's no real surprise here, I think. So as it stands here, we've kind of gotten the strategy washed out a little bit. Ellie, do you have any information on what happened to Mimi Barrino in that 3 car?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing on the radio with that team is it just sounds like they blew a tire.
Guess it just shredded too much to be able to get out. Okay. '64 technically entered pit lane before the pace car came around. I needed to clear that penalty out because that is not a penalty. So Nihale and Davison still exit out as the top 2.
Yes, they are. So, at least another 2 laps of pacing here.
The lights will still be on the pace car, and
The 39 I see here in the top 10 now. Great pit stop from that.
yeah, in the 7th position is Lily Talberson. Abby Little's managed to get to 12th, so she did gain a couple spots there. And again, obviously, like you said, this caution is great for the 23 and the 62. I mean, this puts them back with the rest of the field. So 80 laps into this race, and we have had our first caution flag of the day. Mimi Barino's car with a mechanical issue, a tire going down on the back straightaway. She pulled it to a stop, and that brought out the first yellow flag.
83 laps into this 330 lap plus race. I think that puts us about a third of the way through. I could be wrong on that.
We're about a quarter of the way through here. Let me see if I can do the math. I can do the math real quick.
2/5, we'll say.
Yeah, about a quarter, yeah. All right, well, we're going to throw you... Russia, do you have any information about strategy here for all these teams as this race has been reset?
Yeah, of course. Looking at our strategies here, obviously, we're looking at potentially 60 to 65 lap runs. I think most of these cars came in around lap 60 to 65. Of course, coming in at this most recent caution, of course, which was I think lap 81. So let me take a look here. So if we're gonna calculate this to the end of the race, lap 334. Just doing a little bit of table napkin math here. Obviously around 200, yeah, we're about 250, a little over 250 laps to the end here. Looking like about 60 to 65 laps here. So if we're going to do that, I think we're looking at about 3 or 4 more, I think 4 more stops to the end here if we run 60, yeah, about 60, yeah. We're looking at 60 lap runs. We're looking at about 4 more stops. We're gonna need, I think, to make it 3 more stops, they're gonna need to extend it to about 65 lap runs here, maybe. That seems to be the conventional logic if we're just doing some quick maths here. As we'll get back to you here for the restart of the race.
Green flag back out here from Homestead Miami Speedway. Nihale and Davison still stay the top 2, but this pack is going to spread out pretty quickly here. Here comes the 22. Looks to the high side. The 64 blocks the lane. 22 crosses back down.
Oh, we've got a race on our hands here for the championship and the race lead.
Side by side, for the first place in both the championship and the race, it's Davison, Jocelyn and Nihale. Davison's going to slot back in, but that 22 got such a run off turn 4, I would not be surprised if she tries something like that again. Looks to the inside once more.
The AWSCO on the top side making that top lane work yet again.
Yeah, that 60 car looks fast. The 71 of Abby Little starting to fall back a little bit. She was 12th on the restart. She's dropped back to 17th. The 23 of Yappy Malikson apparently had to come back down pit road. Looks like the 23 might have gotten some kind of restart violation.
And that is horrendous for her championship hopes. Especially being a lap down, you usually want to rely on a caution coming out. We haven't had an abundance of those here at Homestead at all. One mechanical failure all weekend.
Yeah, and it just happened now. So that might effectively take Malikson out of it. Here comes Audie Stoneman, Carly Byrne, all trying to get around Davison, Irina Tosima. And they've all just enveloped the 22 right now.
Yeah, I mean, Davison not going to be happy with her teammate there in terms of the importance of the race for the championship.
Oh my goodness. I
I
thought
think almost got into the back of the 64. I was expecting to see Nihil around in front of the field there, but somehow they managed to make that work.
wow. I thought that 10 got into the 64 there, and she very well might have, but they got through it. Such little room to make that work, and probably a smart deal by Stoneman to back off there. You see Andrea Davison trying a bit of the same thing on Arena Tosima here, down the front straightaway. Davison slipped back to 5th.
I think Davison got a bit too much of a run coming off of 4 and didn't have the room up high, so she ended up having to switch down low on Tosima and lost a lot of that into the back bumper of the night.
Yeah, but she's still gonna she's still gonna at least hold on to, fight for this position. Down on the low side, Nihil has lost the lead to Carly Byrne, but the 64 is trying to fight back in the bottom.
Contenders in the top 5 right now on the inside lane. It's going to be Carly Byrne at the line. As Nihil, I think, might slot back into the top side here. No,
can't do it. 10 car is gonna be up there fighting with her. You got Davison now, who's gonna get past the 93 anyways. And the 93 is going to try to jump to the high side on the 22.
I think Little's lost a lot of ground. She continues to fall back, and we have a bit of a divide in the pack as well.
And Little's back to 22nd at the moment in the 71 car, and she's still 3rd because Halis Jukovic is just so far back. Jukovic still back in 36th position at the moment. Jukovic 4th in the championship standings because Yappy Malikson right now in the 23 is a lap down.
Here comes the 22 of Davison, down low. Up top goes the 10 of Stoneman. We might be 4 wide off of turn 4.
It looked like they were going to do it, but the lanes you just can't support it like that. How about 3 of the red racing cars up here? That's Stoneman, that's Davison, and that's one Dio. They're all up here in the top 6 right now, as the 7th place fight is between Bria Delade and AWSCO. Carly Byrne out front in the 9 car. Byrne's come so close to winning this season multiple times too. Just couldn't find the way to do it. Couldn't find the way to get to the playoffs. Couldn't really find a way to even stay with this team next season, but
Davison again on the inside, side by side for the championship lead.
here we go. 2nd place at stake. 1st place in the championship. Davison to the inside on Nihil.
Nihil swarmed by red racing cars right now. 1 behind her, 2 on the inside.
She's going to hold on right now. And she's going to try to dive for the lead.
22. Where does the 22 go? The 10 doesn't look like she's going to back out on the top side, which means that Davison can't go high. She's going to look low. Maybe 21 just slots in on the top. Tosima switches down to the bottom. Everyone's moving here in the top of the 6.
Nihil Davison. Those 2 that are fighting right now for the championship spot. Everybody else really, really far back at the moment. Abby Little is still dropping. She's in 25th place.
Was stuck in the middle. Tosima backed out of it. Really backed out of it there.
Nihil and Davison both are starting to slip here. They're both starting to lose positions. Byrne's still out front. Stoneman sitting 2nd. Davison's trying to stay somewhere close to the top side right now, but again, being on the low line, you can make it work for like 1 pass, but you just can't use it as a permanent line.
It's not sustainable with the way these tires wear out at this track.
And I think Davison, if she's going to make something happen, needs to jump to the top lane right now. And she needs to follow her teammates. But at the same time, following other cars has not helped Davison at all in this race.
No, and as much as I hate to say it, her Red Racing teammates haven't been much of a help for Andrea Davison.
Here comes Stoneman with a big run up the high side trying to get the lead.
All 3 red cars on the top row now. Davison maybe trying to follow her teammates on the top side to get around.
I mean, it's been all Jocelyn and Nihil so far in this one. But things can change very quickly. Davison looked like she might have wanted to try to go to the middle, but she's instead going to go to the bottom lane. They're 3 wide behind. Tosima, Delad, Schultz. And Davison right now just seems content to try and follow this 64 at the moment. Going back through the field, see where Abby Little is. She is still stuck, and she is losing more positions right now. So things are not looking good for Abby Little. Over here, things are looking rather chaotic. I think Vinny Schultz was trying to go for the position on Davison there. As it stands, it's still Nihil.
Only by about a position and a half.
And here comes Alicia Byrne up the high side of Andrea Davison. Here comes Vinny Schultz trying to go to the bottom side.
AWSCO and the 60 on the top side making it work yet again.
And Nihil just trying to stick with Stoneman. To stay fighting for second because that's her best shot at keeping ahead of this 22. The 22 just has not been able to file in on the top side. She finally will.
She will, but she loses multiple positions. She looks like she's losing quite a few positions on the top side there.
93. I thought the 93 was going to have a run on the 22, and the 93 will have a run on the 22 on the very high side.
Davison used up her tires a little too much on the inside, being stuck down there.
It's very possible. Davison's finally gotten to filter to the high side yet again. And now the top lane is really moving. You see Stoneman's gap the 64. You see the 22 trying to get to the outside of the 91. Maybe try to get following her teammates again. But they're 3 wide now, as Bria Delad on the bottom lane is trying to make things work. You say it's a lot of red or orange cars right now, but there's a brown car in there as well with Bria Delad at the moment. And here comes Stoneman to the high side on Carly Byrne with a huge run. Davison's starting to make up things happen on the top side, but Nihil's going to get up there as well and hold the 22 behind.
I was going to mention it. I'm not sure if you saw Audie Stoneman into turn 3, quick dip down in front of the 64, maybe block her run, and then went back to the top side to make that run for the lead. The Red Racing teammates maybe finally starting to work together properly here.
Now Nihil's getting to the outside of one Dio. 21 just unable to get in front of that run. But it's really hard to change your line when you're already in the middle of the corner. Abby Little back to 29th at the moment. Jukovic has moved up to 32nd. And, you know, it's been kind of a story of drivers coming from laps down to get back to the front, winning races. That's happened a lot in the Cup Series this year, so I would not count Yappy Malixon out, but it's going to be very difficult for Yappy to get back to the front of the field.
Yeah, I mean, again, she's gonna. I feel like with how the racing has been at this track in particular this weekend, she's gonna need a caution, and those are a dime. I was gonna say a dime a dozen, but there's no dozen here. It's one singular caution all weekend, and she's gonna need that to get back on the lead lap. Once she gets there, I think maybe she has a chance to readjust the strategy and get back into the mix, but she needs to get back on the lead lap.
I mean, the 23 is looking okay speed-wise. I don't think she's necessarily that bad right now in terms of how her car speed is, but what I do think is that she really needs some luck. She needs some luck on her hands to get back to this, to get back into this. 22 still right now right behind the 64. They've been kind of nose to tail most of this time.
This cluster of cars continues to grow as the 22 got a little loose, kept it off the wall, and stays behind the 64, but lost a lot of her run.
She really had to keep the 91 behind her, I think, and I think that's a lot of what was going on there. She's trying to keep the 91 back behind, and it cost her a lot. Here comes Bria DeLotte in the 55 car, trying to move up to the field. Here comes the 21 of Amani Wandayo. You got Vinny Schultz in the 16 trying to make runs. 60 of AWSCO. We're seeing some newer faces, too, up here, like the 27 of Nietzsche Garnston.
Going on in this lead pack, they've got to be careful to not overdo it and potentially cause an accident. We almost saw it right at the front of the field earlier.
See what the 64 and 22 do here. The 10 try to get the run on the high side. Here's the 55. Here's the 16. Vinny Schultz.
Dead heat at the line.
3 wide at the line between all 3 of those cars. But the 9 got the big run off the corner. I think that final, you know, we had heard that Vinny Schultz was kind of in a competition with some other drivers as to who would get a cup spot. And I think with this performance today, Vinny Schultz is definitely showing she is probably the perfect choice to get a cup seat. Look at how good she's driving that 16 car in this race.
Really great showing from Vinny Schultz. She's a great race car driver, and she's proving it here with this run. In that 16 car, I saw Jocelyn Anahill tried to get a run off the corner in turn 4. That was wonderful.
Yeah, and the red racing car is kind of working together. I think Davieson's teammates are kind of working with her to try and keep her with a fighting chance against the 64. But the 22 seems to be kind of losing a little bit.
If the run builds back, it doesn't. 60 gets put in between, and the 64 of Niall drops to the inside to try and get away from those red racing cars, but they are all over the place.
And the 22 is really, really dropping now. She's trying to fight as much as she can.
But potentially just a bad adjustment in there on pit road under caution.
It's just possible she burned her tires out. Trying to fight with that 64 in the early run. It's very possible she just kind of burned her tires out. And now just has to kind of ride on them. Although she's kind of starting to climb back up through here, though. Vinny Schultz is pretty much clear for the lead right now. The 16 out front of all these cars. Look at the high lane with the 60 and the 22. And again, they're kind of going to get stalled, I think, a little bit here. The 64 is really struggling on the bottom. 64 really wants to get up to the high side, but there's no room there. Carly Byrne up to the outside yet again, trying to take the race lead. They might be side by side with the 22 on the high side, but the 64 with a pretty big, pretty deep charge. 22 with a deep charge on the exit of turn 4 here, though. .22, I think, thought about going to the inside there, but instead goes to the outside on the 21 of Wondio. Now, Davieson's got the run again, and she's starting to climb up, trying to close on this 64. She's sticking with Nihale, no matter what happens here.
We're side by side momentarily for the championship lead.
Expecting our next pit stop at around lap 140, I would think, as here comes the 22 to the outside, side by side with Nihale, trying to take the championship lead away, and she has got it. It's Davieson now.
I think that might have been the first change in the championship so far.
Second. Nihale took it from Jukovic earlier, and not counting the pit cycle, this is the second one. Don't look now, because Nihale, I don't think, is done. I think that 64 has something in her to get back to the front here. She tried really desperately to get to the bottom, and now she's going to lose a lot of ground because of it. You just cannot go to the bottom lane and expect... You can go to the bottom lane like that and expect to keep the run on the straightaways. Davieson fighting for fourth with Cinlia Rariston. Here comes Adi Stoneman right now, trying to battle for the lead. The championship race kind of not really that interesting right now. Look at the gap. The 64 and 22 are split by several cars now. Stoneman's trying to take the race lead away from Vinny Schultz.
Those three of them have been in top form today. Leading laps, leading the championship.
62 of Alice Jukovic has moved up to 25th position. There's where the 62 is. Abby Little still dropping back. She's in 36th now. It's very unfortunate for Abby Little, who looked early on like she was one of the drivers who might have a shot at this. Right now, it kind of seems like it's all whisked away for that 71. So, and it's Vinny Schultz in this 16 car still out front as it stands right now. Adi Stoneman just to her outside, scored second. Carly Byrne in third. Andrea Davieson leading the championship race right now, running fourth. And Cinlia Rariston running fifth in the 32 car. Jocelyn Nihale is in ninth place in the 64 car. And just remember the last time they came out green flag pit stops, it was the 22 and 64 that exited 2-1 in that order.
Yeah. I mean, that 22 team has been on point pit stop wise, especially like in comparison to the 64. 64 was at the front of the field when those pit stops went through. 22 had a bit of work to do to get to Jocelyn and Nihil on the track, and she made it up on pit road. So if Davieson's pit crew can stay locked in for the rest of this race, she's really going to be the car to beat.
Absolutely. 22's got to have good pit stops, and right now she's in pretty good position for just that. Pit stops I'm expecting in about 15 laps. The 22's now just kind of concerning herself with trying to make up race positions at the moment, but I don't think that's going to be the best move right here. She's going to drop behind the 9 and the 55. Yeah, I say that, and I said that, and now she's starting to really drive up to these top 3, though. Side by side for second right now is the 22. How about Gabi Gabriella in the 20 car? Won 2 races during the chase. So, Davieson still up here. There's Jocelyn and Nihil now trying to hold the top lane at the moment. Just trying to hold on at the moment. I think that you're seeing that long run, short run split between the 64 and the 22.
Wide per second. 3 wide the next row back as well. That would be for 6th position.
They've all narrowed it down to 2 again. I think that's one thing we're just going to see. They're just going to keep narrowing it down. '22's starting to slip back a little bit, though. And now the 64, who's on the top lane, is going to start to encroach back in here. Stoneman has taken the lead.
This isn't going to give it up, though. She's trying the bottom. I was going to say she had a shot at the top, but Carly Byrne filled that gap immediately.
Fight for the race lead between Audie Stoneman and Vinnie Schultz. Carly Byrne is 3rd, Bria DeLaude 4th, Cynthia Rariston now 5th. Last car in the top 10, it is the 64 of Jocelyn Nihil. She's running right here in 10th spot. She's trying to make up ground, trying to use the outside to do it. The 22's trying to get ground by using the inside. That could backfire, as she's going to lose.
It's going to get really close here, but has to check up for those 2 cars in front of her.
That could have been much worse for Davieson, and I think she's going to survive that without really losing much. I think she may have thought she might be able to make something work, but it just didn't stick. Now let's check up on the 23, Yappy Malikson. Look at where she is in the field. Actually, she's still tagging along to this lead pack. Obviously, not on the lead lap right now, but she's still tagging along to the lead pack, and I think that shows she does have that kind of she does have that kind of pace. If there's another caution, that 23 I don't think is out of it. But again, this predicates on there being another caution, which who knows if that could happen. I mean, we went 200 laps yesterday without seeing one. Obviously, we are only 135 laps into this race, but the only caution we've seen is on lap 80. It's very possible we could go to the end of this race without another. Four wide in this pack, by the way. Davieson's in the middle of this 4 wide with both Burn Sisters and Amani Wandayo, although now that's become Marina Tosima. They're still 4 wide.
They're 4 wide behind them now, too.
Yeah. And Nihil's way behind all this. '64 has absolutely slowed it down. I think she's just trying to stick with the lead group at the moment. It's all over the place here.
That's as many letters as I can add to cluster while we're on the air, but it is chaos at the front of this field. 3 wide for the lead.
You don't want management getting mad.
No, I mean it's the finale, I'm sure. What are they gonna do? Not invite me back for the rest of the season?
Might not invite you back next season.
That's true, and that's a long time to go without commentating the race. So
Yeah, I know.
manage what I'm saying here.
22, Andrea Davison sitting down there on the bottom lane. She's got a good run though. I think she's gonna clear all these cars and she'll end up in 4th again. And this 22 just, again, seems like it's really good on the long run. And that 64 just doesn't. It just feels like the 64 is much more short run tailored.
It's side by side for the lead. Vinnie Schultz has been, I'd say, the class of the field today, just in terms of her runs to the front every time she's made it up here. Her ability to stay in the lead with how much it's been changing back and forth. So far, that 16 has been the car that I've had my eye on all day long outside of the championship contenders.
Yeah, that 16 is running well. I still have to give a lot of praise to Andrea Davison. Because Davison, I mean, she was so far out going into last week's race at Rockingham. 17 points out. She had to do something to get her way in. She did that. She won. She's here now. And now she's leading the championship race. And she's got not very many cars near her that are challenging her for it. And I think we're seeing some cars come down pit road. The 64, Nihil, 22 is in as well. 22 made a late commit to pit road, but she's coming down.
Third pit stops of the race. Second green flag pit cycle.
62 is in.
And now we really get to see if the 22's pit crew can make out like bandits here.
See if they can match their performance from earlier.
Left side's going on. Davidson's off. We'll see. See where she gets out. Obviously, a bit of a more. It's a bit more of a staggered pit cycle. She's gonna get well out ahead of the 64.
Oh, way ahead, yeah. In fact, she might actually beat everybody off of all these cars that came in on that cycle. We've got more in this time. I see the 16, the 71. The 71's exiting right now, excuse me. And if the 71 can stay with some of these cars here, it may not be that over for the 71, as with this 31 of Taylor Happerman checking up in front of a bunch of these cars. I think Davison. We'll see how the rest of these cars cycle, but as it looks right now, I think Davison may actually end up being the leader of the race. Yes, she's going to get out of way ahead of the 16.
So the undercut, clearly the stronger strategy, at least short run wise. We'll see when we cycle through if the field clusters back up again. But based on the 2 pit cycles we've seen, staying out has not benefited anybody.
Look who's running who's about to try to take second on net position here. That's the 99. Mauricia Webelst is running very well in this race. To the outside.
Cross racing's been strong today, and like you said, they've historically been pretty good at Homestead across every competition they've been in, so no surprise to see them all up here. But Mauricia Webelst, yeah, good run for her today, up in second place.
I'm just gonna say I can't remember if ERR has ever won at Homestead, but we have, and I know who did it.
I think I do too.
Yeah, it was me. Well, and also Josie Wellington, but
Yes. You gotta go way back in the archives for that one.
yeah.
Also, on strategy, both of those wins, so...
Yeah. I mean, we're probably going to see strategy... We're probably going to see strategy play a big factor in this one, too.
Davidson's quick, but I mean, I wouldn't count out any of those ERR cars when it comes to strategy late at Homestead, Miami, that's for sure.
And how about that? That is the first lap that Davidson's led all day. 1.55 seconds out in front right now. Oh, it looks like there is a caution on the speedway. We have a yellow flag. I think Rachel Cole might have had some sort of problem. And the caution...
You know who's happy about that?
Yappy Malixon.
Yappy Malixon.
The 23 is going to be back in the lead lap with this one. '52 must have just stopped on track. I'll have to see what happened, but we have a yellow flag out for the second time today, and Yappy Malixon is going to be the beneficiary here. This 23 car back in the lead lap.
That is huge for her championship hopes. Not quite halfway through this race yet. And back on the lead lap.
Everybody coming down pit road. 23 is out there still, but she's taking the wave around, so... Very few cars look like they're taking just fuel only, or just a splash of fuel.
No surprise. I mean, we just got through the pit cycle, so everyone's tires are fresh. No real need to change those yet.
Actually, the 22 is going to still beat the 20 off pit road here. So, I thought the 20 got out first, but the 22 actually passed the 20 coming down pit road. So how does everything look? We'll see what the 3, because the 3 car of Mimi Barrino is also, she's actually 2 laps down right now. So she's going to come down pit road. Andrea Davison will be the leader. This championship race isn't over. Look at where Nihil is. She came out 4th. Let's see if we can figure out what happens with the 52 of Rachel Cole, because she was off pace, although... Okay, clearly something broke on the car here.
Yeah, we'll see if potentially we can get an update on that. Yeah, she immediately pulls it down to the apron to get out of the way.
Yeah, I don't know if that car was able to make it back to pit road. Yeah, I don't think it was. I think that's why the caution comes out here. This car is stopped on the apron. So Davison, Abriella, Byrne, and Nihil, the top 4. Then it's Waterton in 5th. The championship contenders right now. Davison, the leader of the race. Nihil is in 4th. Gotta go back all the way to 29th to find 3rd place, who is Halis Jukovic. 31st to find Abby Little. And then Yapi Malikson just got back on the lead lap. She's still in 38th position, but... man, it is right back on, and I think that 23 still has a good shot here.
It's already a pace car, so we will go green next time by.
We will be going green next time by. There's Rachel Cole coming back down pit road. They need to clearly do some more work on that car. As the 38 of Youngwei Koo is blowing up on the apron.
Oh, we got another mech fail, but it's not going to bring out a yellow this time.
Well, no, because we're already under the yellow.
Exactly.
It's Youngwei Koo in the 38 car. All right, well, we're going to get you back to green flag, but we do have a we have a pit report here. Ellie, you got any information on Rachel Cole?
Yeah, I talked with the team down there, and they're coming back. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to fix this, but it's some kind of issue with the fuel system.
Very unfortunate for Rachel Cole. Green flag is back out. Andrea Davison, championship leader, also race leader. She's got Abriella and Alicia Byrne behind her, and that are splitting between her and Jocelyn Nihil. But for Davison, again, this has kind of been Davison's sore point, is these short runs. At the start of the run, that 22 just has not been as fast. What kind of run will the 22 have this time? Will she be able to hold on to the lead? Or will she maybe end up sacrificing not only the lead, but maybe the championship lead as well here? A good chunk of the field is still pretty connected to each other. So Davison out front, although Abriella led that lap.
Gabriella's going to take it through the middle. Davison had a slow run on the top side there. Burned a second.
That's actually going to drop Davison back behind the 91 as well.
What about 13? We haven't talked about that car all day.
Yeah, Yania Waterton ran pretty well at Rockingham last week. I thought Waterton might have had the car to win last week at Rockingham, but Davison showed up at the end. Had one restart, and the 13 just did not have the kind of momentum to keep with it. '64 is still on the back bumper of the 22 right now. Wondering about championship drivers. There's the 62, 71, and 23. 23 is still at the back of this group, but the 23's got time to make that ground up. We know the 71 can be fast, and I feel like the 71 has the kind of speed to stay up with the rest of the field. She just kind of got shuffled out and just wasn't able to recover on that last run. She's got another chance. Abriella's out front. There's 3 Evans-Ross Racing cars on the bottom lane. As here comes Carly Byrne on the 9 car, 3 wide to the bottom lane, trying to take the lead away. It's actually going to be Tosima who leads that lap. Look at how bad the 22 and 64 are getting shuffled now. And I wonder if some of these cars took tires and some of them didn't. And I wonder if that maybe has a bit of a factor in this. Here comes the 64. Look at the inside on the 22. It's a 1, 2, 3 for Evans-Ross Racing right now. Look at this. The 99, 9, and 93 all up here at the front of the field.
It's been amazing today up there with Red Racing. Probably slightly faster than Red Racing in terms of overall pace, I think.
I'm just a little kind of curious here as to how some of these cars did for tire stops. Some of them took a splash of fuel. They'd only run about six-ish laps, but I think some cars did actually take tires. Davison letting the 19 of Handstrom to her outside. And now the championship battle is well outside of the top 10 at the moment. In fact, look at the 62 closing up. Here comes Halis Jugovic trying to get her way up through here. You see Yappy Malikson as well. It is back. The game's back for the 23 and 71. They're starting to close up on the front 2 in the championship. In fact, the 62 has just taken it away from the 22. And there you go. There's a championship lead change.
Championship lead change, and it's a car that was down in 40th place earlier on in this race.
Yeah.
This battle is, this championship battle is far from over for everybody. We're not even
For everybody.
yet.
Want me to tell you how they did on tires? The 62 took 4 tires. The 23 I know took 4 tires. I think the 71 might have taken 4 tires. She did. And the 22 and the 64. 22 just took a splash of fuel. And same for the 64. Battle for the race lead, Carly Byrne. Fighting with the 99 of Marisha Vebelst. Here comes the 99. And the 22 at 64, I think, might be struggling here a little bit with that strategy call just to take a splash of fuel. You know what? I thought it might work. It did not work.
Look at this group at the back of this group. Abby Little and Abby Mallinson also in here.
Yeah. The 62 has gotten away, though. In fact, the 62 is kind of starting to climb up towards the top 10.
And with so much time left, you gotta wonder how many more things can change.
It's still a 1-2-3 for the Evans-Ross racing cars. Now Halis Jukovic is in the top 10 in the 62 car. Things have changed that quickly. Look at this. Here comes the 23, Yappy Mallikson, getting by the 22 and 64.
Said that was going to be a lifesaver for her, and now she is firmly in this championship battle.
At 23 is still here, and it is not anywhere near over. And I think that's one thing I was saying earlier on. Maybe you don't want to be the driver that leads the championship battle early in the race, because look at what might happen to you.
Off of turn 4, officially halfway. We got a car on the apron. I believe we might have a mechanical failure.
That's the 98 of Ava Jarsaraj.
Will she make it back around?
We will see, but I'm not sure.
He's gonna try and limp it.
That car is very slow, but I don't see her stopping. We should be good. 62 now up at 8th place. There's the 23 who has to get through all this. The 22 and 64 are struggling. 71 Abby Little's going to get past both of them. And now the two drivers who we thought had the best chance of the championship are both in the bottom 2 spots. It's completely flipped around. The 99 here of Marisha Vebel still leading the way. Byrne is second. Irina Tosima is third.
Tosima losing a position in the 6 car though now. So that
Well,
breaks up the Evans-Ross Racing 1-2-3. At least for now.
For now, we'll see if
looking for the run on the top side.
she might be able to get it back. 6 cars in 6 cars there. Hey, for the 64 and the 22, as a car slow, the 16! Oh, and around goes the 64! Crash! The 92 of Yatica. Caution, I think, is out. Yes, it is.
It is out. We might have... No, we avoided more trouble.
It was already at the back of the field. But some kind of issue happened to the 16 of Vinnie Schultz.
And to quote Rick Allen, there are playoff implications here.
Huge. Nihil
Huge
involved,
championship implications.
and she has some kind of damage. I'm not sure if she has that much, but...
Heartbreaking for the 16 team. They had a great run today. Even more heartbreaking, though, for the 64.
I don't know if she's out of it. I'm not sure how bad the damage is for Nihil. I don't think she hit very much.
I've seen in races at Homestead Miami damage not be too much of a factor, but usually that side or rear end damage, the front end damage, might cause an aero disadvantage that makes that car a bit harder to drive. We'll see, as we're about halfway in this race.
Free pass car will be the 3 of Mimi Barino. Everybody will come down pit road. I mean, the 64 is going to spend a lot of time trying to fix that damage, but I mean, if you're one of these other cars, I think everybody should take 4 tires here. Everything has changed, and well, the 16 is going to come back out. Leading championship car out of pit road is going to be the 62 of AWSCO. I believe everybody's taken 4 tires here. So we've kind of got a bit of a reset.
Yappy Malikson, Abby Little, Andrea Davison, and then
Nihale all the way at the back.
Jocelyn Nihale.
Still trying to sort their way out of pit road here. Let's see if we can, let's check back and let's take a look at the replay as to what happens here. I mean, some kind of issue. The 16 slow, 64 gets into her. That's a pretty decent hit. That's a big hit. This 92 of Yajica did. That's going to be it for the 92. Man, I don't know if the 64 is going to get away with this. I'm not sure Nihale's going to get away with this one. We're going to go on board with Nihale. Oof.
Significant hit into the back of that 16 car. Luckily doesn't get hit again by any of the cars flying by.
Luckily, that only included about 2 or 3 cars in that. Well, we're under caution.
I believe it's the 4th time today.
That is the 3rd yellow of the day.
Yellow.
Well, with that being said, I think it's about now as the time to take it down to the FanDuel Affairs Studio. We've got our mid-race report here for this race at Homestead. Everything has changed all at once in this middle portion of the race, and we weren't even in the mid-race report yet. So I can't wait to see what happens during the mid-race report. Rasha, Ellie, you too, take it away. What do you got?
Hello and welcome back to the mid-race report. I think, to say the least, this race has been turned upside down on its head multiple times and is flipped multiple times over, as we're seemingly in a completely different. I had a whole thing planned out when there was the 64 and the 22 leading the championship battle, and now we've seemingly had everyone except those 2 in the championship battle. As we're currently under caution here in the Straight Talk Wireless 500, Marisha Webelst leading the way, 174 laps in. Your top 10 is Webelst, McJasmina, Tosama, Wandayo. In 5th place, that's your championship leader, Hollis Jukovic. Then it's Stoneman, Rariston, Parkings, Carlyburn, and in 10th place, the number 82 of Katrin Edelstein. Finally got the top 10. And we're currently under caution for an incident involving the 16, 92, and crucially the 64 of Nihale, who's still in the race. However, definitely might be nursing a hobbled car here. 16 is also in this race after the brake issue we saw from that car. We can confirm that the 38 retired due to a clutch issue. That's a shame for the 38 team, of course. That's Gulf. That's one of the Gulf Racing cars in their last race as an organization. The other car here, AWSCO, still winning 23rd place. And we had another engine problem as well. Lost the 98 of Yasharaj lost the cylinder. She's one lap down as we're back underway here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Good jump by the 99 of Marisha Vebelst, trying to take the lead. Trying to stay in the lead, I should say. As McJasmine tries to take the lead from her, but she's going to drop back a little bit. See one car dropping to the inside, trying to look to make a pass. That's the 82 of Edelstein, but look who might be in a good position to make a move here. A couple cars jumping to the outside. Carly Byrne and Cinlia Rariston. Wandayo as well in the number 21 car. Going to be 3 wide.
Also moving fast up.
Yeah. Let's look here for our other drivers. Malixon is here in the midfield, running in the 14th position. Where is the 71 of Abby Little? Here, not too far back. I think around the top 25. Exactly that, 25th place. We'll check where the 64 is. 64 is stuck behind the 16 right now. I'm not sure if that's their ultimate pace, right? But we'll have to see. The 98, of course, missing a cylinder, is running a little bit slower. It's 3 wide for second. It's McJasmine on the outside, Tosima in the middle, Wandayo on the inside. On the subject of mechanical problems, here's the 16 of Vinny Schultz now appears they had a brake issue, and that's just it's been an absolute cataclysm of mechanical failures on that 16 team. Whatever is going on in that team needs to be addressed, as we see the 93 of Irina Tosima. It's an ERR 1-2 at the front of the pack. Side by side, heading into turn 1.
And Vinny Schultz was driving that car really solidly the entire race. I thought she was doing a great job, so it's unfortunate that this happened to her. And, you know, she got placed in that car, and, well, she's having issues with it. I honestly wouldn't put it on her. I would put it on the team.
Yeah, but how many times have we seen that 6-2 car run well just for it to have issues? I mean, literally, the last 2 races in a row, we've seen that car blow up while running on the lead lap. So it's not exactly... That's been the story of the entire season for that team. It's been an absolute... how do I say this? It has been an absolute shambles from the quality control team over at Southwest Racing, especially on that 16 team. I mean, effectively driving out a driver... Ooh, why is the 19 this far back? A couple cars actually lagging further behind here. See, the 20... Yeah, the 20, the 55, 20, and 19 are all far behind here. We'll see. He may have gotten into some sort of incident that didn't cause a caution. 64 is hanging on to the back of this pack, so at the very least, the 64 has pace to keep up with the pack. Whether or not they can pass cars would be a different story, I think. Little here sitting in the top 25. As you can see, the pack is starting to break up as well. I wonder if that is a function of what happened to those 3 cars that are now stranded behind the rest of the field. We'll have to see. Coming soon. No? You actually had some cars come in taking some service. Interesting. Checking in here on our championship leader, the 62 of Vukovic, kind of in the middle of this pack. 8th at the end of the last lap. But up front, still Berisha Vebels, who's controlled the field for now.
DRR has done great today, but I want to say that the 62 and the 23 really benefited from that last cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the 23. That car has gotten a second lease on life. That car was sitting a lap down due to a restart penalty earlier in the race. Needed a caution of some sort. And that happened when the 52 of Rachel Cole, I believe, had her issue. And since then, she's now moved up to the top 15, and for a driver that looked like she was gonna have to fight against, that she was in a losing battle in this championship fight not too long ago, maybe about 50 laps or so ago, she was well out of it. She's now right back in it, trying to hunt her way down to find the 62, who's not too far ahead.
Looks like
here in
Little
this
and
pack.
Sophie Chantaze tried to break out of that pack.
And look at this Hornet's Nest, 4 wide, right ahead of our championship leader. That's Carly Byrne, Amani Wandayo, Irina Tosima, and Angeli Rugatino. Now McJasmine in it as well, and the 62 is in this as well. 4 wide throughout. nowhere to go here. But everyone's gonna keep it. But everyone's gonna keep it calm. Very disciplined, albeit aggressive driving from these Cup drivers. And Angelo Rugatino, the big winner of that, moving up to second place at the end of that lap. But they're all still hunting down Vebels. Vebels is loving this in the background. This is just an absolute cage match for second right now. Cars are everywhere. And this is good for the 23 as well. Malakson, as a result of this pack that was originally about 9 cars, is now merged into this kind of pack of 17 cars down to the 91.
And little Sophie Chantazé, and I believe, what's the car in front of Sophie Chantazé?
Of Chantazé, that would be Yappy, not Malakson, sorry, that's Danielle Waterton, of course, in the 13, yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to break away from the further pack and join the pack of
But,
17.
of course, that pack also has Abby Little, who's trying to break away, who's trying to catch the 13 and 26 and try to hunt down this main pack so she can get to the championship battle as well.
Looks like she's doing it somewhat.
Yeah, I think these two packs, I think this pack and the 13 and 26 will merge, will converge into one bigger pack, and I think they'll do their best to try to catch this pack ahead, that's tailed by the 91, who's not too far behind, but you have to do it pretty quickly. Checking back in on the 64 of Nihil. She's moved up to the front of this third pack now. I don't think that car is too slow. She's probably going to need another caution to catch back up, but in the case that we do get one, or maybe some strategy, or maybe we'll get to maybe they might try some different strategies here to gain some track position, but in terms of pace, I don't think the 64 is too far back either. I think we still have all 5 of our cars well within the fight for the championship. Angeli Rugatino now with the lead. On that subject of strategy, though, obviously most of these cars came in at the caution on lap 171, or lap 170, 71 or so. So obviously they have about just under a half a race to go, I believe. Yeah, just under a half a race to go. So that would be about 165 laps or so, I think. A little under that. If you're running 60 to 65 lap runs, that might be 2 stops to the end. Huh. Could be 60, 60. Yeah, it should be a 2 stop to the end, right? 60, 60 would be 120. I don't know if that's 180. If you run 65 lap runs, that's gonna be 130. So I have a feeling we have about 2 more stops until we get to the end. But look at the gap the 96 has built on this field.
That car is fast.
That car is fast. These guys are all, again, another big cage match for second place. They're running 2 by 2 and then 3 wide behind. 62 right now is just kind of chilling back here. Not necessarily pushing the issue as much. Especially as Malakson is in this pack but hasn't really made much moves. She's kind of just hanging out at the back of this pack, kind of leaving it a bit vulnerable to potentially the 71. This pack, of course, this pack right here is actually fairly well disciplined. They're running almost entirely. Oh, and Davison is with this pack too. Almost entirely single file, which is exactly what you want if you want to catch up to the field here. You want to work together, and you can see the 64 is trying her best to break away. She might be able to, if she might be able to. But we'll have to see because I think the 64 might be able to do it on tires.
Look how much ground they made up when they single filed.
Yeah,
out.
I mean, look at this. The 91, the 26 is in the draft, and the 26 will likely drag the 13 and then the 71. So, which will drag the 22 in there. So I think we have all 5 of our drivers in it. Might take a caution for the 64, but otherwise, at least 4 of our drivers will be in the fight for the championship here. But I think the front of the pack has gotten the message. They're now 2 by 2 or single file. They're all trying to discipline themselves here. They're trying to start breaking away a little bit more because when you start running 3-4 wide, you're gonna lose time and let more cars into this main pack. As you can see, the gap is starting to build between the 26 and the 13. Coming up on a pair of lap cars, the 98 and 16. Obviously, these two are running a little bit damaged, down a cylinder, and damaged in all sorts of fashion, I feel like. So we will get some lap traffic as well on top of that. I mean, what do you think of the racing so far? Obviously, we've had that multi-groove racing that we expected out of this.
Yeah, we've had the racing I've expected, but in terms of strategy, honestly, the 64 and 22 kind of shocked me with their strategy. I thought they should have went with tires that one time, and they didn't. And I'm not sure I trust them to have the best strategy again with a fumble like that. I mean, maybe they'll learn from it really quickly. I hope so, but in terms of strategy, we've seen some kind of fumbles, I would say.
Yeah. So looking here, potentially a change for the lead. Rugatino and Carly Bird on her outside. Carly Bird still looking for her first win this season, going to be moving teams. Of course, with the three driver extension limit, Carly Byrne was the one who found herself on the outside at ERR. Still looking for that first win, but she's been quick all season. More often than not, when she has been one of the fastest cars in the field, she's been kind of snake bitten by mostly her own teammates. I feel like. I think we can recall the duel at the Daytona Road Course where she lost out to a driver who's third right now, Arinia Tosama. So Sanity still trying to get one last win this season. That would be a 5th win, I believe, for the 93 team. Silvia Rariston as well in that top 5. Alas Jukovic, again, just minding her own business here. Still well ahead of the 23 of Malixon, who is over here, kind of still at the very edge of the pack. Not sure what's going on with the 23, but she hasn't really made any moves yet.
I like how Jukovic is playing it, though. I will say that. She's been playing it really smart.
Mm-hmm. Played it very smart. Not really pushing too hard to get too far ahead. Been in the top 5, top 10 in this run. Meanwhile, the 71 of Abby Little is pushing it, I think. Has to be kind of pushing it on the max here. Past the 13 of Yania Waterton.
She's
trying to hunt down this main pack and try to get to at least the 23 of Malixon.
Yeah, she's pushing it, but that pack looks like it likes to fight each other, which I'm not sure is the smartest.
To be fair, this pack is starting to spread out and fight each other too. They're 3 wide again.
True.
They're 3 wide again. Tosama, Rariston, and now Huandayo in the 21. So every time, it's kind of a bit of a pendulum. Sometimes this front pack is the one that's spreading out and fighting each other. Sometimes sometimes the second pack doing so. And right now, look at this pack. It's all fairly organized again. And you only need 1 or 2 laps of this for the 71 to catch the 19's wake and be able to start catching the main pack.
Yeah.
Look at Nihale. Nihale's doing this all by herself. Nihale on her own has caught this second pack. She is on a mission right now. Last lap 32.781 compared to the 33s. She's gaining about a 10th or so on pretty much everybody on this field outside of the leaders who have a lot more cars to draft off of. But again, look at this hornet's nest of drivers right now as they're lapping the 16 and the 98. So they're stuck on the top lane here. That's kind of pushed everyone further back down. Have to use that middle and inside line to get around. Vebels might lose out here. She's stuck behind the 98 with nowhere to go. Jukovic doing well to clear the lap traffic. We'll see if Malixon can do the same here. And if you're in that second pack, it is absolutely crucial that you get around the 16 and the 98 quickly. You have to be organized. You can't be like this, basically. Because this is a mess. Still Rugatino and Byrne with Huandayo in 3rd place. Then a pair of Atlantic cars. And now I think we're getting to that part of the race where if we start getting green flag runs with these lap cars, it's going to be all about race pace now. You're going to have to both manage your tires and manage the traffic around you, because if this stays green, they're going to get to the 98 and 16 again. And looking at this right now, look at the 22. Davison has gotten to the rear bumper of the 71. And look at Nihale. Nihale's also here, starting to make work. Passing a fellow Honda here, and she has her other teammate, the 34 of Mika Haurina. So the Atlanta cars are running together in pairs here. The 64, obviously, the 62, I should say, obviously with the help of the 32, the 30, and the 34 and the 64 are running together in the second pack. Huandayo now looking to take second away from Carly Bird. And this is really fun racing now. If this keeps going, we might see. If this keeps going, we might not see the 62. The 62 right now just needs to. The 62 is holding on, doing everything she needs to do right now. What do you think of these of all 5 of these championship contenders right now, and how their race has gone?
It's been really interesting. I really like how the 62 looks right now. She's playing it really smart. The 71's another interesting one. She had a really great start, got shuffled out after a cycle, and she still looked fast the entire time. She's an interesting one. Malixon has also benefited from a cycle. So kind of the opposite effect of the 71, except Malixon has kind of been laying back and hasn't been doing much. But maybe that's more so of a case of, I don't want to do much, because what if I get into a fight and end up dropping back, and then there goes my second position to maybe Little or the 22. So I don't know, it's a mixed bag, but if I was going to pick a championship driver, the 62 looks like she has the strongest case with how she's driving and how she's playing it.
Yeah, right now the 60. It'd be hard to go against the 62. Is obviously the only car in the top 10 of those 5 right now. And
if I were to rank these drivers in terms of who do I think has a chance in terms of what their driving has been like, it would kind of flip around. I would say the 22 and the 71 in terms of their speed. If I were picking just based off of raw speed I've seen from those drivers, it would be the 22 and the 71.
And we're looking at a change for position in the Championship 5 here. Jocelyn Nihil, after all of this, is past the 22 of Andrea Davison and looks maybe to try to get past the 71 of Little to get to 3rd in the championship. Meanwhile, yeah, Malixon, I'm not sure what to think of Malixon. She's gotten up here, but she hasn't had the car to move up. She's kind of been stuck in this position for pretty much the entire run so far. Which if you're in that chasing position, like she is right now, you don't necessarily want a car that can only do that. As the positions I think are starting to stagnate a little bit here. As you can see, the 96 of Rugatino continue to pull away from the pack here. Next lap car is the 19 of Arlen Handstrom.
Yeah, and you know what this tells me? This tells me if anybody gets a chance to get by the 23, I'm not sure she's going to be able to fight back. The 62 has at least looked pretty fast, so let's say the 22 or 71 or even 64 makes it all the way up there. I feel like they could pass the 23 easier. But the 64, they're really going to have to fight her for it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If the 22 or 71 or 64, let's say all 3 of them get up there, it's gonna be a real battle.
Yeah, Nihil now already looking to pass the 71, broken up the kind of tandem that Little and Tristina and the 42 had going, trying to get to the front of this pack. What a sensational comeback in the works here by Jocelyn and Nihil.
I think they should draft together.
The 64 and 70, it would do them a world of good to draft together here, to kind of just try to get as close as possible. But of course, the longer this run goes on, the more tires matter. And if Nihil has the better tires, it might be in her interest to try to take the lead and just try to run down the leading pack by herself. Because late in the run, you can start doing things like that. That's what we saw Freya von Lundqvist do in the 42 in the last run alongside Deborah Williams. In that last run in the Continental race, using those tires to kind of whittle down the gap a second every 4 or 5 laps or so, and if she can conserve her tires enough, which I feel like she does have a fast car, if you wait for those up front to start wearing down their tires, that's when the packs start to converge. I feel like when it comes to cars in the first pack with worse tire wear and cars in the second pack with better tire wear. But of course, we'll just have to see what happens. As the two of the other championship contenders, just running side by side. Little's gonna hold on for now, but looking at things right now, do you think, Ellie, do you think we will get a split between the win and the title here today?
I think there's a good chance we do. I think if I was picking just for who has a good shot at winning the race out, I think the 96, she looks like she has, in general, the fastest car in the field. I mean, she gets out front and she creates a, like, 5-4 car length gap between the rest of the pack sometimes. So I think in terms of raw speed and who has the best chance at just winning this race out, I think it's the 96 of Rugatino. She's looked really good every chance she's got to lead, and, well, she hasn't really traded it with Burn at all.
Yeah. Looking at the championship, looking at the race picture here, I'd be remiss not to go after the two of the cars that are potentially looking for their first win of the season here. I really do think the 9 of Carly Byrne has something going her way, or maybe the 21 of Wandayo as well. I could see either one of these cars maybe going, walking home with the win here. Given that they've run well at the front of the pack, there's other cars that I'd be looking at. There's other cars, of course, that I'd be looking at. Maybe the 27 of Nietzsche Garnston could be one of those cars, driving for Royal Racing, of course. Royal Racing switching over from Honda to Mercedes, I believe. Changing manufacturers to Mercedes at the end of the season. So this is her last race. This is their last race as part of the Honda organization. She's had a odd season, kind of a bit of an up and down season, but she's contended for wins before, and I can totally see one of these three drivers that's kind of had an up and down season maybe taking away the win here. They kind of had nothing to lose, so on strategy, I feel like they might try to go for something different here. As for the title, I feel like it's hard not to go against the 62 of Jukovic right now. Obviously, this can change. We've seen it change multiple times before, but Halas Jukovic right now has a very good all-around car. And if this race does stay green, I think this T-Mobile Honda will come home with the championship at the end. But if a caution does come out, you have to look out for the 64 of Nihil. You have to look out for the 64 of Nihil. She is driving the race of her life right now. I feel like giving a caution to the 64 team would I think be the great equalizer in this championship battle. Even maybe some unconventional strategy by this team could see her kind of propel herself up towards that first pack. She's gonna need a little bit of luck to get up there, but I feel like on raw pace, the 64 might be the one that can challenge her teammate, the 62 of Jukovic, in the championship fight. And with that, we'll head over to Echo, who'll call the final half of this race. Still lots to be decided. Pit cycles will be coming, so it's gonna be up to everybody on these teams to deliver a championship for either one of these five championship contenders come the end of the race here at Homestead.
Well, first of all, the car has had an engine failure. Somebody blew up. I think that was the 26 of Sophie Chandazay. But, Liam, do you have a pick for the race and the title?
For the race, I mean, both of my picks since I sort of last talked about it have flipped to where the 16 was going to be my pick for the race, and obviously the mechanical failure took her out, and then it was going to be the 22 for the championship, but with how things have flipped around, I think it's hard to go against the 62 of Halas Jukovic for the championship. That 62 has really turned things around, has found the speed that she had at the start of this race that put her as the top car in the playoffs to start this race off. She's back as the top car in the playoffs, and she doesn't have a lot challenging her. So I think she's going to be my pick for the championship. As for the race, I think the 96 of Angeli Rugatino leading right now. She's been on front all day. I could see that 96 bringing it home.
Well, I'm going to take Carly Byrne for the race win. Sitting second right now, she's looked fast all day. She's been at the top 5 pretty much this whole race. I don't really see any reason to go against the 9 of Carly Byrne. She's been very, very fast in this one. For the championship, I know it's a long shot. I know that it might not seem like it's possible for her to do it. But one more caution you can bring the 22 of Andrea Davison right back into this. I don't think it's over for the 22 or the 71 or the 64 by any means, but they're gonna need some luck. That's what I think we're gonna get. I think they're gonna get lucky here and be able to get that. Be able to get back to the back to the championship position here. I'm taking those two. I'm taking the 22 and the 9.
Yeah, I mean the 9 was right up there for my picks for the race. I think the 96 has consistently been really good with her leading right now. I think as long as she hangs back in the air and we avoid another caution, I think she's got it. But Carly Bird has been incredible today as well.
Here is Angeli Rigatino, driver of the 96 car, out in the front of this race. I mean, Rigatino's looked so good on these mile-and-a-halfs, too, and I was kind of surprised that she got eliminated as early as she did. You see this second group is kind of split off. This third group, a lot of these groups are kind of splitting apart right now. But I think if anything's going to change this race, it is absolutely going to be if a yellow flag comes out. It's only about 7 seconds from the leaders back to the 64, 71, and 22 right now. Like, these cars aren't really that far back, all things considered. They're a decent ways back, and I think that they probably still need something to go their way if they're going to get back into this. But I don't think it's over for them by any means. Three wide over here in this group. That's Tosima, McJasmina, and Byrne. And I mean, again, we saw this as well in the Continental race. Rachel Ramos led a good portion of that race. Led from kind of that middle portion of the race almost all the way to the end. And it was at the end when the diverging strategies meant the two lost the race. And I don't want to be like... I don't want to say this. I don't really want to say the 62's in the same position, but it's pretty similar. I mean, halfway through, the 2 was way gone. I thought the 2 might have had it in the bag, and absolutely was not over. But I think if any of these three are going to have to... If any of these three are gonna make a run for it, they're gonna have to hit a little bit later. They're gonna have to take a bit of a gamble. '96 though, Angeli Rigatino out front by 1 second over Carly Byrne. Amani Wandayo is in third. Nietzsche Garnson is in fourth. Halis Jukovic in 5th, Marisha Vebelst, Yenfi Yanaga, Perry Alacantes, Cinlia Rariston, and Alicia Byrne. Ellie, you got updates on what happened to Sophie Chantaze?
Yeah, I ran down to check with the 26 team, and it looked like the camshaft is what ended up causing her to blow up.
Tough way to end it for Chantaze, because I mean it seems like that Chantaze is one of those drivers who also is kind of on the chopping block. We don't really know what her future is next year. See, the 64, 71, and 22 are actually closing in on the 72 right now of Janet Parkings. Where the 62 is, I mean, it's not really over. I think they could have a shot at this if they can get the draft. If they can capture a bit of a draft. If they can stay up here at the front, I think they've got a really good chance.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even at 100 laps to go, so this thing's far from over.
Yeah.
another wrench thrown into the works. We're averaging a caution about every 80 laps minus an anomaly, so we're due for another one at least if we're
Yeah.
staying on pace with what we've got so far.
I mean, it's kind of felt like every time we've had a pit cycle, the caution has come out right afterwards. So, but even then, I still think even if we don't get another caution, the 64, 71, and 22 do have a shot. But they have to play it perfectly on pit road. And especially they have to hope that the 62 is not able to play it perfectly on pit road. Oh, cars coming down pit road. Speaking of pit road, there's the 96 and 9 coming down. None of the lead lap, none of the championship cars are in. They're all staying out right now. So we're going to be watching this. Amani Wadayo now scored as the leader in the 21 car. '62 staying out yet again. 27 and 99 are going to be in here. 64 is coming in. So is the 71. I don't think the 22 is coming in. I think the 22 is going to stay out. So Nihil and Little taking the early stop gamble here. And now it's for Halis Jukovic. How much time are you gonna be giving up? She's coming in this time. Comes pretty much everybody else. The 22's still out here. Davison.
That's a gamble. That's a gamble. As we've seen, the long run hasn't really worked for anyone so far today.
Yeah, but you know who it worked? You know when it worked? It worked yesterday. So as it stands, I think we'd expect another pit stop with about 30-ish laps to go. So 23 is also staying out. In fact, she's staying out another lap. I believe the 22's coming in this time. 23 of Yappy Malikson trying a bit of the long run strat here.
Well, she'll get the bonus point for the lap led.
Well, about that.
At least in the owners' championship.
That is true.
Not that that really matters for the 23. I don't think she's in contention for that, is she?
She is. She was actually leading it going into this race.
She does get the bonus point.
All the championship cars, aside from the 71, were in contention for the owners' championship. 23 is finally in. Led a lap. She might be the last one. 71 and 64 exited with each other. Wondering where the 62 is still ahead of both of them.
Where'd the 22 cycle out?
22 cycling out right now, I believe. She's going to cycle out behind a lot of these cars.
Within 100 laps to go.
Oh!
Nice
That's
squeeze.
Careful. Nihil managed to get through that, though. 20 car of Abriella's looking very slow. Not 100% sure on what's going on there. Jukovic came in about the middle of all these cars. I believe the leader, as it stands, will actually be the 9 of Carly Bird. It's then the 99 of Marisha Vebelst. And then it's the battle for third between Garnston and Rugatino.
Rewind it. And they're getting aggressive.
Davison was
the
about
tightest
8 seconds behind Jukovic.
That's the tightest I've seen 3 wide.
And
so far
she
this
actually managed to hold that gap at about 8 seconds, the 22 did. From her to the 62. So we saw Von Lundquist make up that kind of gap yesterday. There's the 22. 17th place right now. The championship drivers, as they stand, it's Jukovic 7th. Nihil is 11th. Little is 12th. Davison 17th. Malikson is 21st. But now the strategy becomes about tires and not really about... It's now about tires and not really about pure pace. You're not on equal tires with everybody else, so... We've had a change for the lead, by the way. The 99 has taken it away from Carly Byrne. It's Marisha Vebelst out front. Now here at Homestead. Vebelst looking for her 3rd win of the year. She won at Las Vegas. She didn't win again until Laguna Seca. She's looking to get her 1st win on the East Coast this year.
East Coast, Beast Coast, and this is, I mean, we're like a short drive away from the beach, so you can't get very much more coastal than this when it comes to racetracks on the AWSCO schedule. Maybe, I don't know. Do we have any ones closer to the ocean?
I don't know. I mean, I think Marisha would tell you that West Coast is best coast right now, because considering where her 2 wins are.
He just exited pit road, by the way. Not sure
Yes.
what that was
I believe that is scheduled.
about. Schedule just slow.
Just a bit slow, yeah. I mean, she was on old tires. I think she was just trying to run it as long as she could.
The front end damage on that car as well.
Yeah, it looks like she's had that damage for a little bit.
I should have picked an ERR car for my race picks. They've been lights out today.
They have been. I mean, the 99.9 and 30 and 93 have all been very good. The 39's kind of been absent, but 39's still at least running, but...
And she was in the top 10 momentarily
Yeah.
earlier on in this race.
Sitting 24th at the moment is Lily Talverson. Andrea Davison still trying to make up ground, but she's kind of stuck she's still stuck fighting with the 72 and the 6 right now. 23 is starting to close up a little bit on this group. And if this group here might be able to catch up to this next group that has this group of about 5 cars here. It has Rigatino, it has Wandayo, but it also has Jukovic. And this group back here, this has Nihil and Abby Little. '62 is 6.7 behind the lead. 22 is 14.7 behind the lead. So they're still separated by about 8 seconds. They're catching a slow lap car of the 98.
Drops all the way down to the bottom. Try and get around the 72 here.
See who's closing up on this is the 23 of Yappy Malikson as well, so... The top 2 are 6 seconds ahead of 3rd place right now. Look at Vebelst and Byrne just absolutely running away right now. And then this group is actually almost 7 seconds behind now. But the thing is that this track especially, the tire fall-off comes very much kind of kicks in a lot later in the run. And there's a good point where the tire fall-off is actually winds up being where you make the very good There is a point in the run where you can make up a lot on tires. And it's later on when the tire difference becomes that much more monumental. But Davison has not been making up enough time while the run is still fresh. It's been stable with her in the 62. But the problem is that it's stable. It's not moving. The gap isn't going down. But now she's finally going to get clear of the 72. It's very possible she might bring the 23 with her as well. A 15.6 to a 7.6. And Malikson has been making up time. The 23 has been closing. The 64 and the 71... Keep in mind, the 64 and 71 are on older tires than the 62. So if you're looking for what the 22's doing... For what the 22 and 23, who have fresher tires than the 62, still have just not been able to make up that much gap, that much time. And the top two just continue to get away right now. And I really think that you're going to need to make up a lot more time if you're going to make the final pit stop. If you're going to make that final pit stop count, you're going to need to make up more time. Because that final run is just not going to be as long.
No, I mean, yeah, the last run at Homestead always a much shorter one. I mean, I've seen it come down to the last lap even, but with this race and the way the cautions have sort of cycled out, I don't remember exactly how many laps it's going to be. I haven't done that math yet, but it's still going to be a decent run, but it's not going to be, you know, a 5-lap sprint.
It's going to be about 30 to 40 laps, probably.
Yeah.
.8 to an 8.17, so now the gap is starting to grow. And I think the 23 leading this pack is going to be what helps them the most, because the 23 is on the best tires. 23 is probably going to be on the fastest run here of that group there. 64 is starting to close up. She's giving the 91 a bit of a push down the back straightaway. She's starting to close up to this group with the 62 in it. The 93 in here with these cars as well. The 27's kind of holding up everybody, I think. Garnston's really just trying to hang on to keep this third position right now. But it's pushed this group to being 8 seconds behind the top two of Revelst and Carly Byrne.
Oh, look now, that 64 is in the top 10, and she is approaching the 62.
Yes, the 64 just got past the 91.
That gap is narrowing, and it's narrowing quickly. Might be, if she can pull this off, it'll be an all-time championship comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, getting involved in an incident, nothing of your own doing. I didn't know if the 64 even was able to salvage that with the damage she got, but clearly she is. That car is fast, and it honestly looks even faster than it did before the damage.
This is up there with the likes of Kurt Busch winning a championship after losing a tire here at Homestead Miami Speedway, except Kurt didn't actually hit anything.
Yeah, Nihil did.
Ow.
This group's still back here, 16.4 to 8.3. It's not time that's being gained by the 23 or the 22. And that's not good for those two. They need to gain time. Jukovic still here alongside the 27 Anichi Garnston. Arena Tosma has now finally managed to get past Garnston for third. Once again, Evans Ross racing 1, 2, 3 at the moment, and we've had a lead change with Carly Byrne getting out front now. But here comes Marisha Vebels trying to get up to the high side once again on this 9 car. But she's kind of boxed in behind the lapper of the 17. Garnston's still sitting 4th. The 64 is really closing up. In fact, the 64 is going to be in this group right here.
Yeah. I mean, we sort of lost the championship battle recently with the pit cycles and how the lead drivers have shuffled out, but we might get it back, especially with that 27 being a lot slower. Never mind, the 62 is going to try and pass on the outside.
She's just trying to get around to the outside. Can the 27 cover the lane? I don't think she will. The 62 just didn't get enough run on the outside. It's 8.4. The 23 is 16.8. They're losing time now. I think it's down to the 64 and the 71, and I honestly don't even know if the 71's got a chance. The 71's starting to fall off as well. But what a run it is for Jocelyn Nihil right now. And right now, as it stands, it is Atlantic Racing that looks to be like they will come home with the championship regardless of the outcome. It just depends on who it is.
Which driver? Yeah, I mean, they've been the best team this second half of the race so far for sure. Especially, I mean, that 64 with the damage still managing to pull together an absolutely incredible run. Is even if she does finish second in this championship, it's something to applaud for sure. Plenty of time left, though.
Plenty of time left in this one. And Nihil's still trying to get through.
With a race lead down to 5/100ths of a second, the battle
These two are side by side.
is on.
Vebels and Carly Byrne way out there. They're way out. Byrne's got it now.
Lead change, I should say. She isn't a new leader, but back to the lead, Carly Byrne.
.64 now trying to whittle this gap down to about a second. And the 64 slowing! There's a problem on Nihil's car!
Major championship implications!
And the 64 has slowed!
Oh, heartbreak. Heartbreak for the 64 team. She's gonna wheel it back to pit road, but that will probably do it now. The nail in the coffin. Just when she thought she was rising from the dead.
And I thought she had such a good chance, and it's all gone up in smoke. For Jocelyn Nihil, heartbreak yet again. And Halis Jukovic's path to the title just got a whole lot clearer.
Yeah, a lot of time between her and the rest of her championship competitors.
And that moves second to the championship now to the 71 of Abby Little.
What position is she in right now?
11th.
11th, so she is working her way towards that top 10, but still so much time she needs to catch up on the 62, and it definitely can't be done on pit road. I don't think that team hasn't been the fastest.
I mean, we gotta see. There's gotta be some kind of strategy that gets played out to make this competitive. Because otherwise, I think this is the 62's title to lose at this point. Interestingly, Tosima has managed to narrow the gap up from her to the leaders by about a second. Carly Byrne.
Ironic, the car leading the championship is sponsored by the company that absorbed Sprint at the track that is most notable for being the finale during the Sprint Cup era of NASCAR racing. I'm just pulling straws at this point. We're deep into this race.
Abby Little
was quick, but I don't think she's quick enough.
I mean, she's just not close enough to anybody, really. I don't think she's got that. She doesn't really have that kind of speed, I don't think. I mean, she's not even run. She's running a little faster laps than the 62 is right now, but just a little bit. I mean, if anything's gonna blow this championship race wide open, it would be a caution. '64 is back out on track. You could kind of see this car is pretty slow, though. It does not look very fast on the straightaways. There's Yappy Malikson.
I've received word that that my finale comment, the Sprint Cup comment, did make a lot more sense with who's in second in the championship now, as the other title sponsor of the Cup Series, when they ran at Homestead for the finale, was Monster Energy.
Yes.
So, I'd like to thank Rashia down in the studio for that little tidbit that made my rambling make sense there.
Yeah, and they've got a Truck Series, and they've got this Truck Series sponsor behind that, too, with Yappy Malikson in third right now.
That's true. NASCAR Target Series when... Or not Target, Scotiabank. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
It could be the Canada Series.
Yes, this is true, sorry. There's so many red cars. And I don't mean the race team. Well, actually, I partially do.
The 99 Marisha Vebelst sitting second. She's kind of gotten split apart from Carly Byrne now.
Yeah, a lot of lap cars in the way.
Jukovic now, I think, just kind of taking a bit of a cruise here at this point. I mean, she's well ahead of the 27. She's pretty far behind the 93. The 22 is getting held up by a lap car now, by the 16 of Schultz. So if it wasn't really bad for Davison already, it's gotten even worse now. For Halis Jukovic, though, it does look like this is her race to lose. Nobody anywhere close to her right now. Little's 5 seconds back of her. Malikson is 9 seconds behind, and Davison is even further back and 10 seconds behind. But the race for the lead is still on. Vebelst is closed back up to Carly Byrne. And the driver from San Diego, California, chasing down the driver from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Carly Byrne looking for her first win. Vebelst looking for her third. And they're going side by side for the race lead once again.
The field might be spread out, but I mean, we still got entertainment here. The battle for the lead is heating up. The battle for the championship was heating up, at least.
Yeah, but they've turned the heat down a little bit. Back to a nice little simmer.
As the sun's gone down here in Miami, the temperatures are cooling off.
Yeah, but they could heat back up in an instant. We still got one more pit cycle to go.
As we've seen through at least most of the pit cycles so far, that's usually shortly followed by someone's car falling apart on the racetrack. So
I was going to say it didn't happen last time, but I'm pretty sure it did happen last time. It just didn't bring out a yellow. But we're expecting another stop, probably the last stop at about 30 or so laps. About 20 to 30 laps, I would say. Fight for the lead is right here. Vebelst and Byrne. It's a 1-2-3 at the moment for Evans Ross Racing as Marisha Vebelst. Oh, I thought she was clear to take the lead, but she's not. Renia Tosima sitting third. And then the championship leader is in fourth. The window does open right now, so if you wanted to come to pit road right now, you could make it to the end from here. I don't think we'll be seeing many cars doing this, though.
No, I think we see cars stretching it as far as they can so that they can stay as fresh as possible at the checkered flag.
You want the freshest tires. And at this point now, I think if I'm the 71, I'm trying to, I don't know, if I would say I'm trying to outweight the 62 as much as I can, but I don't know. The 23 and 22 did that, and it just hasn't played out for them. They keep dropping back. And Jukovic, who's been on such a heater of a run lately, 4 consecutive top 6 finishes in the last 4 races, managed to not only get her way into the championship, she also managed to just salvage her way through into the 3rd round of the playoffs by performing a bit of a miracle run at Martinsville.
How fitting would it be for that 5th consecutive top 6 to be the one that puts her above the championship 5 and wins her the title?
Yeah. And with so much drama going on around Jukovic at this team, I'm sure it would be probably very sweet for her to realize that her team was right. Her team was wrong, excuse me. And she was the one who could make it happen.
I mean, puts her as the hottest free agent on the market as well.
Absolutely.
I think even if she doesn't win the championship today, she's still put in such a performance that any team would be lucky to pick her up next season.
I mean, Atlantic Racing might have to beg her to come back.
With that team being so good, you just gotta wonder what other decision would they make? I mean, you don't. The cutting down to 3 cars thing really took them off course, and unfortunately it was Halis Jukovic who got the short end of the stick, but she's proving that she shouldn't have been, that's for sure. Again, she was 40th earlier in this race. She dropped all the way to the back and has somehow worked her way all the way back up to the front.
Not only worked her way back up to the front, but has worked her way into the top 5. The best car that's not an Evans Ross Racing car in this race right now. Carly Byrne out front in the lead of this race. In what is her last race with this team, trying to get Evans Ross Racing's 9th win of the season. And that would absolutely lead all the teams. It would shatter all the teams out of the water. Tosima navigating around more lap traffic. That's the 17 Paceland area. But still one final stick in the mud to go. There's Nihil. You could see Nihil, I mean, clearly she's affected by that issue, but...
He's still soldiering on. Definitely slow, but a valiant effort, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like she actually has... it's probably the tires.
I think it's most definitely the tires, because she took fresh tires, and you could see she is absolutely losing everything on the straightaways right now. Oh, the 16 is now blowing up. And that is happening right in front of the 99 of Marisha Vebelst.
More trouble for the 16 team. Can she make it back to pit road? She's actually holding it for now.
What? What on earth? This 16 is actually, look at this. She's keeping speed.
She is not coming to pit road. The Jimmy Johnson moment here at Homestead Miami Speedway.
What on the world is going on in this 16 car? That car is absolutely smoking up the track. And
I'm at a loss for words here.
Ellie, you got anything? You got anything on Vinny?
Yeah, I heard her team yelling at her to come down to pit road, and she didn't want to yet. And they were just going back and forth, but there's an oil leak.
That would probably explain the smoke, actually, is the oil leak. Well, Vebelst is still here with the leader of Carly Byrne.
That was... I've never seen that before. I've never seen a car blow up, run a full lap on speed.
Run 2 laps.
Yeah, because she blew up right after pit entry. That's a new one for me.
And she was stuck on the high side too. Like, she kept the speed there. Bevel's still here. You got Toastman back in 3rd place. 8 seconds back. Alicia Burns moved her way up to 5th behind Halis Jukovic. Perry Alicantes and Nietzsche Garnston are currently battling for the 6th position. Audie Stoneman, Cinlia Raristoun, Amani Wandayo right now. 8th, 9th, and 10th. Abby Little is 14th at the moment. Jukovic is 13 seconds behind the leader. The 71 is 20 back, so it's 7 seconds between those two. 23 of Yapi Malikson's managed to trim the gap from her to the 62 to about 9 seconds now. There's the 20 of DeGabi Gabriella.
And it's still Evans Ross Racing 1, 2, 3. I mean, no real room to change anything with a...
Well, the 93 is 5 seconds ahead of the next car.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. 5-second gap to the next car. There's not much you can change right now.
There's Lily Talberson, who just came out of pit road. Looks like everybody's dealing with the track surface okay. 9 cars on pit road. That is our first... We're starting to see pit stops. This is going to be the last set.
Here we go.
Where's the 62? Still out there.
Staying out.
71 still out. 23 still out.
23.
22 still out. Nobody's in yet of the championship cars. this is going to be that last big spot where you can really make something up. 21 car. Oh, I thought she was slow, but that's just the 39 having fresh tires. 99 is in. 93 is going to stay out and try to lead a lap. Doesn't really need to, but she's going to do it. 62 coming down pit road right now.
It's going to take a serious pit road fumble from that 62 team.
71 coming in this time. What are the 23 and 22 doing? They're going to stay out. Oh, sorry, 22 is in. I think Malixon thinks she has one last shot, and I think her belief is that the one shot she has is to stay out long here and try and gain that back on tires. Am I necessarily sure that that's correct? I don't know. We have 40 laps to go.
Just over it, yeah.
Well, 23 is going to stay out another lap here because she's been forced to by that car to her inside.
The final green flag stop, we should say. There's obviously always a chance we get another caution.
9 car does beat the 99 out, but they're going to be pretty close to each other here still. See here, the 23's in.
I the racetrack, by the way.
Yes, 16's still going.
You know what? Fair play. With all the mechanical issues that team's faced this season, it's no surprise they've been able to fix pretty much anything thrown at them at this point.
Might as well just get one last one in just for fun, I guess. .62 battling the 10. Jukovic against Stoneman here. Malix did lead the last time by, but she's going to be exiting probably a fair bit behind. Can't find the 23. There she is. Yeah, she's exiting pit road now. There's the 62. You know, the funniest thing about that 16 blowing up is that that car actually looked fast while doing it.
Yeah, it looked like she kicked in the turbo.
Yeah.
When she blew up, it gained speed. Got the Rocket League boost trail behind her.
There's third place, Irina Tosima. Again, it's still a 1-2-3 for Evans Ross Racing right now.
62 down to
In fact, the
7.
23 is actually a lap down now.
62 went from 4th to 7th.
Yeah, she dropped back a couple spots.
Where does that put her in comparison to the 71?
62, 7th. The 71 is 13th. So they're still about the same. 62 is 17 behind the leaders, and the 71 is 25. So that's 8 seconds is the gap between the 62 and the 71. It would take a lot.
It would take a lot. It's probably going to take a caution.
It's 12 seconds from the lead battle, which is the 9 and 99, to get back to the 93 of Irina Tosima. I think pretty much everybody's made the pit stop. 99 out front. 64 is very slow. And I think that's kind of part of that is that she's now doesn't even have the tire advantage anymore. the 23, Yappy Malixon. Malixon right now 4th in the championship standings. Malixon is a lap down at the moment, but if she could get back past the 99 or 9 cars, she would get back a lead lap. I will say, though, as it stands right now, ooh, is the 16's holding up the 99. Then the 23 is at a good spot. If there's a yellow right now, 23 gets back a lead lap.
There's a yellow right now. So far today, experience states it's probably going to be the 16, which worries me because the 23 would be in it.
Well, yeah, keep in mind here, the 16 actually hasn't brought out the yellow. I mean, the first crash, technically, yes, but the 16 was only... The crash wasn't really because of the 16.
No, it was because of someone running into the 16.
Yes.
Which, the car that ran into the 16 ended up finding more speed because of it. So, I don't know, that car's got some, like, reverse voodoo magic going on today. It's been entertaining to watch, to say the least.
We're coming to 30 laps to go next time by. Marisha Vebelst leads the way. Halis Jukovic leads the championship. Jukovic is 16 seconds behind the title. Jukovic is 16 seconds behind the lead. Little is 24 behind. It's 8 seconds still is the gap between the 62 and the 71. And the 71 is trying to fend off the 60 and the 21 right now. It honestly might be over. The 10 of Audie Stoneman right now is actually 4th place. She's a few seconds behind Irina Tosova, but still a decent few seconds. Malixon is getting away from the leaders, as I think we expected.
Yeah, with those fresher tires.
Yeah, I mean, Malixon has the freshest tires of everyone right now. The problem is she also is the furthest back of a lot of cars right now. 15 seconds behind the lead. Or behind the championship. The lead doesn't really matter for Yappy. Andrea Davison, 19th place at the moment. She led a lot of the early championship. She led a lot of this race early in that championship run, but it just isn't to be. Jocelyn Nihil looked so fast, looked like she was going to be able to come back from the incident, and then more issues for the 64. I'm guessing it's probably some kind of engine issue for the 64. We don't know yet, as we haven't gotten any information on that, but... Abby Little, a valiant effort through this playoff run. I mean... For a driver who was very much an underdog going into these playoffs, the fact that she's made it to the Championship 5 speaks in itself how much resolve this team has in it.
We do have an update on the 64. Rasha is... What do you got?
Yeah, obviously this 64 team were very busy kind of dealing with the issue on the 64 of Nihil's car. Can confirm that it appears some sort of cylinder knocking on that car affecting the performance of the 64 right now. So that car is running with very reduced horsepower, as we see the 71 of Abby Little here pass her, lap her, I should say, to kind of hunt down this on her way, try to hunt down the 62 here. But obviously, big, major championship implication because of that came out of that engine problem for the 64.
Marisha Vebel's still out front. Would be looking at her second win in 4 races to close out the season. Obviously, she won back at Las Vegas, which is a track that runs fairly similar to this one. She won a couple weeks ago in Laguna Seca. She would if she could round out the season with her 3rd win of the year, I think that would be a very positive end to the season. That Vebel was very frustrated on how it ended in the playoffs. 7 seconds between Jukovic and Little. It has shrunk by a second, the gap. It's not really enough. But the gap has in fact gone down. How about the battle here for 4th? Audie Stoneman, Cinlia Rariston. That's a red racing car. And an Atlantic racing car. Wow, these are the teams we expected to be seeing battling today. You know, these 2 cars from these teams as well. This is the battle we were watching today very intently. Stoneman has not won this season. Rariston has 2 wins this season. She won back at Bristol and South Boston back-to-back. And Rariston obviously has finished top 10 in the last 6 races and is on track to keep that streak going as it stands right now. Jukovic is currently trying to hold off Perry Alacantes. That's going to drop to 62 to 8th place if she can't hang on. We're just approaching I think we're at 15 laps to go. Are we at 15? No, we're not at 15 laps to go. We're at
17.
18 laps to go right now. Well, Liam, you think we see a caution here? Do you think anything's going to happen?
Well, historically, through the races I've seen at this track, late yellows have happened before. Whether it be someone blowing a tire, specifically in Evans Ross racing car in that situation, blowing a tire and throwing the strategy out of whack, or a random piece of debris hitting the racetrack. Now, we're 318 laps deep into this thing, and I think we're past the point of a phantom debris caution occurring. But with the chaos we've seen today, I feel like a late yellow would be the cherry on top, but I wouldn't bet on it. Sponsored by FanDuel.
I remember that race where Josie Wellington blew a tire very late in the race. And blew a tire, managed to, as we have a car blowing up the apron, that is the 31 of Taylor Appleman. I think she's going to stay. I think she'll make it back.
She's not going to take the access road. She's going to take the grass.
I believe the 31's going to make it back, so we stay green.
Oil, as they say. No one says that, but she is going to make it back. Engines expiring all over the place today.
I mean, it's very late in this race, and this being a 500-mile race, I mean, it puts a lot on those engines. The 93 try to get through all these cars. There's a lot. Those are lap cars blocking the 93. What are they doing? There's Little in 14th place right now. Drop behind the 60 of AWSCO, and in fact, it's... Let's see, it's still 8 seconds between the 71 and the 62. So, it's gonna take... I'm not even sure if the 71 would have enough, even if a caution were to come out, considering that the wave around only applies to the top 10. If there's lap cars in between the 71 and the 62, it very likely wouldn't get them waved around.
No. It'd probably have to be a late pit stop, the under caution, and the 71 would have to nail it on pit road.
.99 and 9. Battling for the race lead once again. Carly Byrne wants her first career win, and she knows she's out of this team, but she wants to win before she goes.
There's a chance we have 2 drivers leaving their teams winning tonight.
Yeah.
A real send-off for the AWSCO season. New beginnings, as they say. We're in our Windows 11 to go.
Windows 11 to go. Championship leader, Halis Jukovic, in the 62, running in 7th place right now. She's just gotten past Nichi Garnston for that position. Second place is Abby Little, running 15th right now, alongside her teammate Valicia Vancy. Third, Yappy Malikson has managed to grab third away from her teammate, who's Andrea Davison, running 4th at the title. And in 5th, it is Jocelyn Nihil at the 64, just trying to nurse that car home right now. Off the pace, down a cylinder.
But alive.
But still running at the very least. Marisha Vebelst is leading the race. Carly Byrne is second, and Arena Tosaba is third. It's a 1-2-3 right now for Evans Ross Racing. Lily Talberson of the 39, also off the pace, also down a cylinder, running 28th. And no signs of anything going wrong yet for anybody. Eight laps to go.
And it's getting to that point where even if a caution comes out, with the amount of defense that the 62 has put on when put under pressure, I don't think it's going to be enough for anyone.
I mean, we're getting close to the point where if a caution comes out, the race is over.
That too. She just needs to cruise, you know. Keep
Yeah.
that car clean. She's got the gap to the 71 where she can really lay off and make sure that the car doesn't blow up like everybody else. Like her teammate did earlier. That we didn't even mention that. That could have been a point of concern when the 64 had her engine at least somewhat expire. The 62s look strong. Again, dropped to 40th, came back up, was as high as 4th place, maybe 2nd or 3rd at some point, and is now leading the championship here after an incredible final run.
She just needs to run 5 more smooth laps.
Maybe not in the win count, but shades of Tony Stewart in 2000 and
64 is back down pit
2011.
road. Again, the 64 was off cycle. We got a battle for the lead. 5 laps to go. There's still a battle at the front for who could win this race. Bevel's hanging on for now.
Almost hanging on, but I think Byrne's gonna have one last shot at it.
64 is coming back out of pit road. She was on pit road because she's off cycle. Yukovic has dropped back to, that is 9th place now, behind the 27 and 91. 4 laps to go. As these two come to 3 to go, Halis Yukovic back in 9th place. Not really much of a fight that's going to be going on there. The gap's been whittled down to about 6 seconds between the 62 and the 71, but that's not going to be made up in 3 laps here. Unless something goes catastrophically wrong on this 62 car. She is slowing a little bit, but I think that might just be her saving the car right now. Two laps to go, side by side. We're gonna have a close battle for the win here.
Well, lap car's coming up here.
Yeah. Burns trying to take it away. Vebelst on the
Lap car
outside.
specifically was in Bebelst's way earlier in this run. We say in the way, she actually cleared herself before coming to pit road.
Burn
but
to the front. White flag. 1 lap to go. The 9 car now to the lead. But the 64 is going to check up the 9 here on the bottom. They might have to go through 2 lap cars. Here comes Vebelst on the high side.
Burns
64
still
now to the high side. Burns got the clear track. And it's going to be Carly Byrne unless Vebelst can get a run here. Vebelst is going right to the bottom.
She goes low. Here we go.
Side by side, they're going to come to the line. It's going to be Carly Byrne who wins at Homestead.
And it's going to be
The 62 of Halis Yukovic running 11th place.
One more time around for her. Kept the car clean all day.
Halis Yukovic is your AWSCO Windows Cup Series champion
What a run.
for Season 1. What a run. Little comes across the line, 17th in 2nd place. Malikson 18th. Davison in 21st. Carly Byrne. What a drive for her. She's been wanting that win. She's come so close a bunch this year. Finally able to get it done in the final race of the season. And finally, one of the Byrne sisters ends up in victory lane.
What a race. What a finish. What a season.
What a season.
I was here in the booth for race 1 in the AWSCO Clash of the Daytona Short Track. We come back down to Florida. I'm in the booth for the finale. And let me just say, it has been quite the season. Ups, downs, chaos. We've seen about everything that these cars can throw at us in both Cup and Continental. And it was a pleasure doing it with you.
Carly Byrne with that win. Marisha Vebel second. Irenia Tosima third. It's a 1-2-3 finish for Evans Ross Racing in the final race of the season. With Byrne finally getting that first career win that she's been wanting all year long. With her not being back at this team this next season, ERR becomes, I believe, the only team in the Cup Series that had all 4 of their drivers go to victory lane this year. So what an achievement for that team. What an achievement for them.
That'll make them the only team to have all 4 of their drivers go to victory lane in a season, with the field limit being cut down to 3 cars per team.
No, the field limit's not being cut down. You could just only retain three drivers.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
We could see it again.
You could see it again. We could see it again.
Miscalculated.
We won't see it again in Continental, but we could see it again here. And with that, we're going to take you down to the FanDuel Fan Studio for our post-race analysis, post-championship analysis, and what we can maybe expect for next season. Rasha and Ellie will have it with us.
And welcome back to the FanDuel Fan Studio after 500 miles of grueling speedway racing here at Homestead Miami Speedway. It is a great day to be a driver leaving a team, leaving a 4-car team, I guess, with Carly Byrne taking the win and finishing in 11th place, actually. Yalis Jugovic taking home the championship in the number 62. Congratulations, of course, to both of them on their great runs today. And what a long race that was. That race had just about anything you could throw at it. That was a doozy, I feel like. All of that, we somehow rolled an ERR 1-2-3 despite that. We'll ignore. The only reason it probably wasn't a 1-2-3-4 is because the 39 was hobbling around with 6 cylinders or something the whole way, the rest of the way. Only finished a lap down, by the way, despite that. But a clean sweep of the podium, at least for ERR. What a race it was for them. Congratulations to whoever owns that team on that 1-2-3 finish, but you can see it was a day for the definitely a good day for them. I'd say a good day for Katrin Edelstein as well, driver of the number 82. Finally managed to go a full race without blowing up as well. Can't say the same about the 16, but at the very least, Vinny Schultz gave everyone a great time in this race. I'm not entirely sure what to think of Vinny's race today, given that she somehow managed to lead, have a mech fail, take out one of the championship contenders, only for that car to run faster somehow anyways, get back on track, blow up again, get back out on track despite that, and finish the race. I mean, what a race that is for Vinny Schultz. I hope we see her in the Cup Series next season. She is a amazingly talented driver, and I do hope we see her in the Cup Series alongside, if not at Southwest Racing, at another team in the Cup Series, of course. And I do wonder what this will mean for the silly season picture. We do know most of the moving pieces have been settled already. But there might still be some last-minute changes to the Cup Series lineup come next season. Looking at the rest of the top 10, a good run for Alicia Byrne again. I think that's Alicia Byrne again finishing 7th. That's another one of the drivers. I think both Byrne siblings are on the way out of their respective teams coming the end of the season. Edelstein's kind of in the other direction, where I think she's all but confirmed to be moving into that ride, the one she's in right now next season. Nietzsche Garnston, we'll see what happens to her in the 27. Angeli Rugatino, I think, is also potentially moving to another team. Juan Daya, of course, is another one of those drivers on the 4-car teams that are on their way out of their respective teams. AWSCO technically isn't moving teams, but that whole team is changing, finishing 13th place. In Gulf Racing's last run in this series, Yenfi Yonaga, 14th, 15th, Valicia Vancy, 16th, McJasmina, 17th, Abby Little will take 2nd in the championship. Yempi Malakson in the 23 will take 3rd. Yania Waterton, Tabrizia Tolaron rounding up your top 20. A good run for Royal Racing. Both of their cars in the top 20 and a top 10. That's very rare for that team. So good run for Royal Racing in their last outing as a Honda team as well. Just 23 cars on the lead lap, which is kind of impressive, given that we'd had a very long green flag run at the end there. Usually, when it comes to races like that with green flag runs, we do tend to see maybe about 15 cars or so finish on the lead lap. But despite that, 23 cars on the lead lap. Honestly, pretty good day. I feel like for competitiveness, we saw how close the racing was when we had those restarts. But in the end, I think you could see some of the cream of the crop kind of rise up in that top 5 to top 10 at the end. And I'm excited. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing going forth with another season of this racing series coming up. But of course, lots of silly season stuff to decide in between all of that as well. And looking at
Was really great. I want to say also great runs for Angeli Rugatino and the Byrne sisters as well. You mentioned them. The Byrne sisters had a really great run. Also, to move back to to Rugatino, a top 10 finish. You know, she was my pick for the race win, but she didn't get it. But she still ran really great, and this is just another race to add to her list of really good finishes. Overall, you know, that was a really great championship race. I mean, what was so interesting about it is the fact that, sorry. And what was so interesting about it was the fact that Yukovic could just sit back and just kind of just relax and coast away. She started to slow down just towards the end of the race, but it wasn't enough for Abby Little to get there. But honestly, great performance for her as well. Yappy Malixon was just behind her, I believe, by the finish. And yeah, overall, that was just a great championship race as well. And you know, it was fun watching them try and battle it out pace wise.
I will say, I think the Owners' Championship race will look very interesting, considering that Malixon finished 7 positions behind the 6-2 of Yukovic, with an 8-point gap, barring any bonus points coming to either one of those drivers. I think both of them have a lap led. I know that we saw the 23 lead a lap in the pit cycle. I think the 23 red racing car may have hung on to the owner's title by 1 or 2 points, I think. We'll get confirmation of that, but I think the Owners' Championship will be extremely close at the end of this. We might have had an absolute grandstand finish in a in a full season format as well, with those two teams. But that's subject to confirmation as well. I'm not entirely sure what else to bring up here. Usually we'd be talking about the upcoming weekend, but we don't have one, of course, given that it's the end of the season. And, well, I could talk about next season, but there's so much to look... I feel like there's a lot more to look to in the off-season first before we kind of are able to do that.
Yeah, there's a lot coming next season and in the off season as well, and it's just we're not sure what information we're allowed to even really go on and talk about yet. Anyways, a lot of the standings are kind of shifting around too, so.
We'll see what this means. Of course, we'll see what this means. We do know that in all likelihood, of course, in terms of big movements, it'll probably be the 62, the driver of the 62. That'll probably be Yukovic, and probably one of, I feel like in terms of free agents, it'll be, or drivers on the move, it'll be Yukovic and Rugatino. Yeah, Yukovic and Rugatino kind of being the big moving pieces there in terms of drivers, at least in the championships, in terms of just strictly looking at the championship standings, with potentially Carly Byrne as well, likely so, kind of still in that top 20 in points as well, being the big moving pieces when it comes to free agent drivers. In terms of teams, obviously we're going to get a switch into the switch from Gulf Racing. That team is moving, or at least being bought out technically, and being replaced by Jay Yokin of multiple different racing series, actually. I'm sure we'll get to see some familiar faces in that team as well. And I do know there are also there is word that we might see an expansion of the grid, of the field, I should say, in both series. Obviously, Cup running on a 40 car field, and Continental running on a 38 car field. For this season, I do think we'll at least see an expansion of 4 cars in either series. So approximately 40. That would be 42 and 40. 42 in Continental, 44 in Cup. But that's to be. But I think that's still to be decided. That's to be determined, I should say.
I do know there is also a few Continental cars. Vinny Schultz is one of them, but I know there's a
Drivers?
couple other drivers that are going to be moving over to the Cup Series as well. Which a couple of them are interesting. I'm not sure if we're allowed to say who yet, but.
Mm-hmm. And looking at the owner's points, I think we can confirm now that the Red Racing 23 has won the owner's title by 1 point over the Atlantic Racing 62. So, in terms of the owner's points picture, those few positions that Yukovic lost at the end, trying to coast the car home, ended up causing a little bit of a butterfly effect there. That was, I think, the difference maker in that title. So Red Racing will be walking away from this race with a title, regardless. So congratulations to the 23 team and Yapi Malkson on on the owners championship. So it appears that I think actually technically a two-way split on that plus a different winner. So lots of things changing here. It looks like we're going to get a different drivers, owners, and race winner in this weekend. And all of that, I think, would have come. All of that came down to the lap that Yapi Malkson led on that last. That last cycle of pit stops. I'm not sure if we saw Malkson lead anymore. I think she did lead a few more laps. I'm not sure if they all came in that cycle though, considering she did run long multiple times. So those laps she led by running long were what ended up being the difference in the Owners' Points Championship. So even more drama coming at the end of the season here in the AWSCO Windows Cup Series.
Well, I'm sure they're thankful she ran that.
And with that, I feel like we might have a. What am I saying? I feel like we can wrap up the post-race show here in the FanDuel Fan Studio. It has been an amazing time having everyone here in the studio with me, covering all of the action that we've seen in both AWSCO series. It has been an absolute journey from Daytona all the way over here to Homestead, Miami. Technically didn't travel that far in the end, but that journey took us just about everywhere around the world, basically. And we're looking forward to seeing everyone once again next season for the second season of AWSCO Stock Car Racing. Send it over to you. We'll send it over to Echo now to close out the broadcast and to close out this season. To finally close out this season. It's been great having you with us here at the FanDuel Fan Studio. I've been Rasha, and for the final time this season, over to you, Echo, for the closing of the broadcast.
And what a season it was here for the first ever AWSCO Windows Cup Series season. It was outstanding. And for everyone who took part in AWSCO this season, I just am so grateful. For everyone who watched the races or commentated with me or had a team in the Continental Series, my gratitude is very, very high. And I'm really glad that we could get a series going off the ground like this, and it's been a resounding success. I'm going to thank everyone who commentated a race with me this year. Liam, Anthony, Rasha, Emmy, Brennan, Madison, Caleb, Rena, Data, Ludovic, TPC, Eddie, Ellie, Dan Wilkins, trying to see if there's more, and Madison. I don't know if I named her already, but you're getting named again. Thank you so much for joining me, just on the broadcast or in the Continental Series, anywhere. It means so much to have been finally able to do something like this and get it done. We'll be back next year. Tomorrow we've got Continental owner signups for the extra teams in that series. So if you're interested, you can step in. On behalf of Liam, Rashid, Ellie, I'm Echo. Thank you so much for joining. I will see you